The ocean stretches beyond the horizon, but its depth isn't just measured in miles. It's measured in the things we've never seen, and the things we weren't meant to. Beneath the surface lies a world of giants. Some we've glimpsed in sonar, some we've found in fossils, and some have never been caught on camera, but left behind twisted steel, crushed signal buoys, and impossible echoes in the dark. There are no legends here, only facts that don't make sense. A tentacle that filled an entire frame before the feed went black. A mass beneath the Azores, the size of a stadium, that pulsed for days, then went silent. Submarines that turned back, not from damage, but from a sound no one could explain. These aren't tales from the past. They're warnings, clues, fragments of something too large to ignore and too deep to find. So get comfortable. We're not chasing myths tonight. We're tracking giants. And the deeper we go, the larger they become. Let's begin. The Atlantic Ocean is not known for stillness. Its waters are restless, shaped by centuries of trade winds, fractured tectonics, and the unending tug of the moon. And yet, somewhere beneath this endless churn, there is a silence. Not the peaceful kind, but a silence so total, so unnatural, that it unnerves even the most seasoned among those who study the sea. This silence begins near the Azores, a remote Portuguese archipelago that seems to drift between worlds. Perched along the mid-Atlantic ridge, these islands are more than just volcanic remnants. They are outposts on the boundary of the known and the unknown. Above the surface, they are windswept and steeped in myth. Below, something waits. It began with sonar. In the early 2000s, as part of a collaborative research initiative between European oceanographers and seismic geologists, a series of deep scan sonar surveys were conducted around the Azores Plateau. Their goal was straightforward: to monitor seafloor spreading, identify new hydrothermal vent sites, and chart the ancient fracture zones beneath the region. What they found was not what they were looking for. Roughly 140 nautical miles southeast of São Miguel Island, deep in international waters, a survey team detected a large anomaly. At first, it registered as a heat plume, low and diffuse, spread across an area roughly the size of a football stadium. That alone would have raised eyebrows. Thermal signatures of that size are typically associated with volcanic upwellings, vent fields, or tectonic stress points. But this was different. This signature was not rising like a plume. It was not diffuse in the way thermal discharges from vents tend to be. It was buried, submerged beneath a thick layer of sediment, motionless, oval-shaped, and faintly pulsing with internal heat. The survey logs simply labeled it Anomaly 517-AZ. One quick note before we move forward. This video leans heavily on narration, with fewer visuals throughout. Each story was assembled slowly, with focus, care, and long hours behind the scenes. Feel free to let it play in the background, or let your mind drift while you listen. The visuals add color, but the experience is in the words. Thanks for joining me. Now, back to the story. At a depth of over 3,700 meters, this sleeping mass, as the technicians informally called it, defied easy categorization. The sediment around it appeared undisturbed, as if the object had not recently arrived, but had been there for a very long time. Long enough for the ocean floor to begin forgetting it. For several days, monitoring equipment recorded faint pulses, not seismic, but thermal and electromagnetic. These pulses were regular, spaced in intervals of roughly 22 minutes. Not strong enough to trigger alerts, but distinct enough to log. Then as mysteriously as they began. They stopped. No tremor, no plume, just silence. And the mass remained. The following month, a small autonomous underwater vehicle was dispatched to the area. The AUV, equipped with high-resolution imaging sonar, made 2 slow passes over the site. The images returned showed little more than a gently domed section of seafloor. To most observers, it looked like an ordinary sediment bulge. But to those who knew what to look for, to those who had studied vent fields, tectonic ridges, shipwrecks, there was something off. The curvature was too even. The slope gradients too symmetrical. No known geological process would have created such a structure at that depth, in that isolation, without some sort of uplift or rift event. And there was no evidence of either. The sediment atop the dome was thick, meters deep in some areas, and no visible venting or mineral plume disturbed it. Yet beneath it, the sonar still revealed the same consistent shape. Approximately 100 meters long, 45 meters wide, with a slightly flattened top. There were no sharp angles, no metallic returns, just a buried form and silence. One geophysicist, reviewing the data back in Lisbon, remarked, "It's like something deliberately put itself to sleep." In the years that followed, Anomaly 517AZ became a footnote in oceanographic circles. Not a priority, not even a mystery. Just one of many strange returns catalogued and archived, placed into digital folders with names like Low Confidence Unresolved and Non-Seismic Thermal Residue. But some didn't forget. A small private group of researchers, many retired from naval or geological institutions, began to informally trade information about the anomaly. Quietly, off books. Not because they believed it to be extraterrestrial or dangerous, but because they couldn't explain it. And for people who had spent their careers explaining things, that silence was too loud to ignore. By 2013, satellite thermal imaging of the area showed nothing unusual. The pulses had stopped long ago, and the seafloor was quiet. But the shape was still there, unchanging, undisturbed, almost waiting. This wasn't the first time the Atlantic had kept secrets. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge is one of Earth's most dynamic geological features, a vast underwater mountain chain stretching over 10,000 miles from the Arctic to the southern oceans. It is here that new crust is born, where tectonic plates drift apart, and where the Earth opens itself to the cold, crushing silence of the sea. And yet, for all its violence and motion, parts of the ridge remain curiously calm, places where time seems to slow, where seismic activity vanishes, and where the usual chorus of deep-sea life falls silent. Local legends from the Azores have long whispered of things beneath. Not monsters, not in the Hollywood sense, but watchers, sleepers, entities that rest beneath the earth until something calls them. The sea, for many Azorians, is alive, and not just biologically. It breathes, it dreams, and sometimes it remembers. There are precedents. In 1977, the Galapagos Rift revealed hydrothermal vents that stunned the scientific community. Ecosystems thriving without sunlight, powered instead by chemosynthesis and home to life forms no one had predicted. Entire fields of tube worms and giant clams lived in alien conditions, completely unknown to us until a camera stumbled across them. In 1995, a US Navy hydrophone array picked up a sound in the South Pacific. Ultra-low frequency, incredibly powerful. It was named the Bloop. Though later suggested to be ice-related, the true source was never definitively identified. It was just big. And in 2016, Chinese submersibles recorded strange, large-scale thermal fluxes in the Indian Ocean, deep pulses that seemed to originate from nowhere. These events remain uncorrelated with any geological activity. Anomaly 517. AZ joins these ranks, but what sets it apart is its stillness. If it were a vent field, it should have evolved. If it were a wreck, it would have corroded. If it were biological, the pulses should not have stopped so suddenly. But it didn't evolve, corrode, or die. It just went quiet, and it's still there. In 2018, an independent ROV dive was attempted, funded in part by a deep-sea documentary crew interested in capturing undersea anomalies. The dive was largely uneventful. Poor visibility, heavy particulate matter in the water, but they did capture sonar imaging that matched the original signature. Still the same dimensions, still the same depth, still completely buried. One frame, taken by a downward-facing camera, showed something peculiar. A ripple, very faint, barely perceptible, running across the sediment dome. Not a current ripple, not animal-made, but a perfect, concentric undulation, as if something inside had moved just once. The image was never released publicly, but those who saw it described it as unsettling, not because it showed a creature or a light or anything dramatic, but because it suggested that the object wasn't inert. It suggested patience. And that brings us to the theories. Some say it's a cold seep field, a naturally occurring pocket of methane gas or hydrocarbon that trapped heat in the sediment. That could explain the initial pulses. Maybe. Others propose it's the fossilized remains of a long-extinct whale, a Leviathan from a forgotten epoch buried over time and slowly releasing thermal residues. But no whale, not even the ancient Basilosaurus or Leviathan melvillei, ever measured that large. And they do not pulse. Another idea, one gaining quiet traction among some fringe researchers, is that the anomaly isn't organic or geological, that it's something in between, an artificial structure designed to mimic a natural formation or hide beneath one. Not a shipwreck, not alien, but a remnant, a relic, perhaps something that predates us. These are not easy ideas to entertain. Science moves slowly, with caution. Theories require data, evidence, reproducibility. But what do you do when the thing you're studying refuses to respond? When it gives you only silence? The ocean has always hidden its past well. Even the Titanic, lost less than a century ago, remained hidden for decades in a relatively shallow part of the North Atlantic. What chance, then, do we have of understanding something buried under silt and time? 3 kilometers down? The Azores region, for all its beauty, is also a graveyard of hypotheses. From Atlantis to submerged pyramids, from phantom maps to supposed megaliths off Tessera, stories abound. Most of them are fanciful, misinterpretations, optical illusions, or outright fabrications. But some linger. A 1973 Portuguese fishing trawler reported a sonar blackout near the same region. The crew logged electrical interference, magnetic compass drift, and, curiously, a faint humming through the hull. The entry was short, quickly forgotten, but the coordinates matched. In 2001, a NATO naval exercise avoided the same area entirely. Officially, this was due to deep-sea cable networks, but off-the-record reports suggest that submarines had difficulty maintaining course, as if their instruments were subtly misled. Could these events be connected to 517-AZ? It's difficult to say, but they add to the atmosphere, a kind of dread not based in panic or threat, but in the sense that we've touched the edge of something vast, and we don't know what it is. The anomaly remains buried. No further surveys have been conducted since 2020. The funding dried up, the interest waned. The ocean is full of mysteries, and this one doesn't scream for attention. It doesn't rise, it doesn't move, it just waits. And in its waiting, it haunts. It's the kind of mystery that doesn't want to be solved. The kind that reminds us of the limits of our knowledge. The kind that stares back without blinking. If it is alive, then it is sleeping in a way we do not understand. Not hibernating, not dying, but choosing not to move. If it is a remnant, then it speaks to a history older than any civilization we've uncovered. Something that came before us and stayed behind. And if it is something else entirely, an accident of geology or a fluke of sonar, then it is still one of the most perfect illusions nature has ever created, a mimicry of purpose. Either way, it remains beneath the waves, not gone, not forgotten, just still. And in that stillness, it watches. The Atlantic is not known for stillness, but sometimes the quiet is the loudest thing in the sea. Story 2. The Unfilmed Tentacle, ROV 327's final transmission. From the still waters above the Azores, where something impossibly large lies unmoving beneath the silt, we now descend deeper, into a part of the ocean so remote, so extreme, that only machines have dared to reach it. And even then, not all of them came back, because not all deep-sea enigmas are silent. Some announce themselves with motion, sudden, shocking, impossible motion. And when they do, they leave behind no explanation, only a final image. This is the story of ROV 327 and the tentacle it filmed just before everything went dark. The Mariana Trench is unlike anywhere else on Earth. A gash in the seafloor nearly 7 miles deep where pressure crushes steel and light has never existed. It is the closest thing we have to an abyss without bottom or boundary. At its deepest point, the Challenger Deep, the water weighs in at over 16,000 pounds per square inch. This is not just inhospitable, it is alien, not metaphorically, literally. The physics, the biology, even the chemistry down here operate under different rules. And yet, something moves in that darkness. The year was 2007. A research expedition funded jointly by a European Oceanographic Institute and a private foundation had been conducting long-duration deployments into the western descent slope of the Mariana Trench. Their goal was conservative by deep-sea standards, map geothermal anomalies, and observe any vent-related microbial life near the Hadal zone. The vehicle they sent was known as ROV 327. Built for endurance rather than speed, 327 was a boxy, modular, remotely operated vehicle designed to withstand the extreme pressure and transmit data back in real time. It was fitted with a reinforced hull, multiple redundant thrusters, articulating arms, and a high-sensitivity camera system encased in borosilicate domes. ROV 327 had logged over 60 successful dives by the time it was sent to Sector 9A77. There was nothing unusual about this assignment. Coordinates, check. Descent path, check. Communications, green. 327 began its descent at 0203 local time. The crew aboard the research vessel Hargrave monitored its slow progress down the trench wall. Depth markers ticked past the 20,000-foot mark. Silt thickened. light vanished, and the world became very still. 327 reached its target depth at 36,070 feet. A plain of undisturbed sediment spread out below it. The lights cut through the darkness in a narrow cone. The only movement came from occasional eddies of silt kicked up by the vehicle's own maneuvering. For nearly 2 hours, the team piloted the ROV across the seafloor, taking soil samples and noting the surprising lack of vent activity. Then, something changed. It started as a flutter, barely perceptible, like dust stirred by a passing breeze. Except there is no breeze in the Challenger Deep. One of the camera feeds began to show a distortion. Not in the signal, in the water itself. A cloud of fine sediment rose ahead of the ROV, as if something had displaced a vast amount of it in a single motion. And then the feed cut, temporarily, for only 3 seconds. When it came back, the camera had shifted, and in the frame was something pale, smooth, organic. It filled the view entirely. No background, no horizon, just an immense surface of pale, dully glowing tissue, banded with ridges. Then it moved. The camera panned slightly, not by operator command, by force, and a shape came into view. It arced across the screen like a branch swept in a current. Except it wasn't drifting, it was coiling. The appendage, for lack of a better word, was covered in fine nodules, like suckers, but not arrayed in rows. They formed a pattern almost like scales, or a mosaic. It flexed, not lazily, not randomly, but in a precise, muscular contraction. And then, the camera feed went black. Not degraded, not cut by pressure failure, just black. The data stream ceased. The vehicle's positional telemetry stopped broadcasting. The control software did not crash. There was simply nothing. The Hargraves crew initiated emergency recovery protocols, a tether ping, a fail-safe ascent command. Nothing responded. The winch pulled in slack, but the ROV did not rise. For 11 minutes, they attempted to restore connection. Then, without warning, a burst of data came through. Not a full stream, just 5 seconds of static, and one frame, one still image. It showed a dim, out-of-focus surface, greenish with algae or biofilm, and in the far right corner, a curve, a gentle, tapering shape, like the edge of a tentacle, and then nothing else ever came back. ROV 327 was gone. In the weeks that followed, the incident was written up as a probable catastrophic failure. The last known location was mapped. Theories were offered: cable entanglement, structural collapse, equipment overload. But the raw footage from the final minute, the Tentacle segment, was never released to the public. Unofficial transcripts leaked from crew members described the visible portion of the arm as no less than 10 meters in length. That alone should have warranted a deeper investigation. But the funding dried up. The private foundation pulled its support. The mission logs were classified under non-disclosure. 327 became a ghost line in the registry. One more ROV lost to the deep. But what it saw, what it touched, lingers. The ocean's deepest parts are not just unexplored, they are resisted, pushed back against, as if the sea itself does not want us there. And every now and then, it shows us why. The idea of a massive tentacled creature lurking in the Hadal depths is not new. Giant squid have haunted the imagination for centuries. For a long time, they were considered myth. Then we found their carcasses. Then we filmed them alive. Architeuthis ducks, the giant squid, with eyes the size of dinner plates and arms that stretch 40 feet or more. But even Architeuthis lives far above the trench floor. The pressure at 36,000 feet is too much for almost all life. Even the most extreme known extremophiles can rarely survive below 27,000. So if something does live there, it is not like anything we've classified. One theory proposes a new class of organism entirely. Not a cephalopod, not a fish, something else. A Weddell Colossus. Adapted not just to the cold and pressure, but to a completely different form of movement. Muscles tuned to viscosity. Nervous systems calibrated to near zero visibility. The length of the appendage seen on ROV 327's feed suggests a creature of at least 100 feet in full extension. But we didn't see the whole arm, only a portion. And the movement was deliberate. It was not panicked, not curious. It grabbed the ROV. That implies more than instinct. It implies awareness. Marine biologists have debated this possibility under the veil of theoretical classification. One speculative label given to such a creature: bathypelagic megafauna, class unknown. Some believe such organisms might have evolved around geothermal vents, developing symbiotic heat harvesting abilities. Others suggest they are migratory, only descending to Weddell depths seasonally, and dwelling in abyssal zones where prey is more plentiful. But there's a more unsettling theory, that these beings are not rare, that they are watching. ROVs are increasingly common. Each year, dozens are deployed into deeper waters with better sensors, higher resolutions. But signal loss is still frequent, and sometimes what little data we receive is dismissed. Camera glitches, signal interference, blurs explained away as debris or light anomalies. But in some of those frames, something coils. When you review enough ROV footage from extreme depths, patterns begin to emerge. Fleeting, inconclusive, but patterns nonetheless. Motion at the edge of the light, shadow shapes that disappear on review, and once, a frame that showed two small points of light, spaced evenly apart. Too symmetrical for coincidence, like eyes. But ROV 327 was the only one that caught a direct image. That image, the pale banded surface, the curling appendage, the mosaic-like nodules, has circulated in classified research circles for over a decade. It has no consensus interpretation. Some say it's a new species of giant jellyfish. Others insist it's a malfunction, a power cable caught in the current, reflecting oddly in the light. But the telemetry doesn't support that. The cable was intact, the light was constant, and the feed didn't blur. It vanished. Which leaves us with this: a verified machine, built to withstand the deepest pressure ever reached, was disabled in an instant. Not by malfunction, not by collapse, but by force. Something in the trench moved, and it did not want to be seen. There are those who now believe the tentacle was not the creature, only part of it, a limb, a probe. The organism itself, they say, never entered the frame, because it didn't need to. What we saw was the equivalent of a fingertip, and even that was enough to erase a 2-ton submersible. Since the incident, exploration in that section of the trench has decreased significantly. Some cite funding, others cite risk. But privately, many researchers admit they are uneasy, because science is not fearless, it is cautious, and when faced with something, it cannot classify. It withdraws. Whatever reached out to ROV 327 did so deliberately. There was no sound, no warning, only motion, and then absence. In the years since, whispers have circulated that somewhere, locked in a research archive, is a full video. Not just a single frame, but the complete footage of what happened in those final seconds. Some claim it was destroyed, Others say it was sealed by military request. But one fact remains. The ocean has never given it back. The sea floor where 327 vanished remains unmapped. Attempts to revisit the exact location have been plagued by equipment failures and unexplained sonar returns. At least 3 follow-up missions have quietly scrubbed their dive objectives after entering the sector. Their logs list generic reasons: mechanical issues, inclement currents, risk of entanglement. But internally, those teams reported anomalies, temperature fluctuations, unstable readings, and once a hydrophone recording of a low-frequency moan that continued for 47 seconds. It did not match any known geological process. It sounded alive. But the deep keeps its secrets. The currents erase traces, the pressure silences sound, and darkness is the only constant. What ROV 327 saw may never be seen again. Or perhaps it already has been, and those who saw it simply didn't live to tell the story. The sea is full of known giants: blue whales, colossal squid, sperm whales. But beneath them, in the true deep, there may be others, older, stranger, and aware. If so, we have not found them. They have found us. And when they do, they erase the evidence. Just like that tentacle. Just like 327. Just like the feed that went dark. Gone, but not forgotten. Because the last thing we saw, the last thing it let us see, was not a blur. It was a design, a pattern, almost like scales, or armor, or perhaps a warning. The deep is not empty. It never was. Story 3. The Return of the Mosasaur. The sea is not silent. It whispers, groans, pulses, and sometimes it screams. But more than anything, it remembers. It remembers what came before. Long before the sounds of sonar, before the hum of submarine engines, before the light of human curiosity touched the abyss. There were giants. Not metaphorical ones, not myths or legends, but real, living colossi. They swam in waters older than our species. They ruled with teeth longer than a man's forearm. And when they moved, the oceans made room. We thought they were gone, extinct, wiped from the world by time, pressure, and cataclysm. But perhaps they simply moved deeper. After all, not everything that disappears is lost. Not in the sea, not in the dark. From the unexplained vanishing of ROV 327, a last glimpse of a 30-foot tentacle, to the eerie hums and pulses recorded in the Mariana Trench, the message is becoming harder to ignore. The deep is not just full of life, it is full of memory. And sometimes it returns. The year is 2017. A research vessel floats off the coast of New Zealand, south of the Kermadec Trench. The mission, a deep-sea survey for geological anomalies and marine biology. Routine work in a region that few humans ever see firsthand. The team on board includes marine biologists, ROV operators, and geologists. The vessel's primary eye into the abyss is a remotely operated vehicle, small but powerful. Outfitted with high-definition cameras, sonar, floodlights, and robotic arms, the ROV is built to descend beyond 3,000 meters and send back a stream of crisp, stable footage. For days, the feed is uneventful. The usual: sediment drifts like ash, pale eelpout fish wiggle by, the occasional rat tail flicks into frame. The deep looks empty, because it always does at first. Then, on the 4th day, something changes. At precisely 2:47 a.m., The ROV begins to pan across a narrow trench wall, a vertical escarpment layered with shale and glass sponge formations. The camera stabilizes, a slow, deliberate tilt upward, and then it freezes. Something crosses the frame, just a shadow at first, moving left to right, slow, immense. The floodlights catch only the faintest glint, like light sliding across scales. No eyes, no head, just a tail. But not just any tail. This one is vertical. That one detail is enough to set alarm bells ringing in the control room. Because in the ocean, tail orientation matters. It's one of the fundamental visual clues used by marine biologists to distinguish between major types of animals. Fish have vertical tail fins, a product of lateral movement. Mammals like whales and dolphins, their tails are horizontal, adapted for vertical propulsion through the water column. But reptiles, especially those from the age of dinosaurs, often had tails built for serpentine thrust. Many had vertically flattened tails for side-to-side propulsion. And among them, one name towers above the rest: Mosasaur, a true apex predator of the late Cretaceous seas. A marine lizard the size of a bus, with 2 rows of sharp teeth, double-hinged jaws, and a skull that looked engineered for death. It was not a fish, it was not a shark, it was something else, and by all accounts, it was gone. Until now. The footage from the 2017 expedition was archived within hours. It never aired publicly, but as happens with all things hidden, it leaked, first as whispers, then as blurry screenshots, and finally as a low-resolution clip shared anonymously on a biology forum in late 2018. The video is grainy, just a few seconds, but enough. Enough to see the unmistakable sway of a thick, tapering tail, the vertical curvature of its fin, and, most chilling of all, a ridgeline that seems to shimmer in the light like scaled armor. It does not look like a whale. It does not look like a fish. It looks like something that doesn't belong here, or now. Reactions in the scientific community were swift and divided. Skeptics were quick to attribute the sighting to pareidolia. The human brain, they argued, is wired to find patterns. A large eel, perhaps, or a false image caused by drifting silt and the movement of the ROV's lights. Underwater illusions are common at such depths, especially when contrast is low. But not everyone was convinced. A handful of marine paleobiologists raised quiet alarms. They noted the curvature of the tail, the proportional scale of the torso to the tail length, and, most notably, the movement. It didn't drift like an eel. It didn't shudder like a squid. It swam with power, with mass. As one anonymous reviewer put it, if that's a fish, it's a fish built like a predator. To understand why this stirred such a reaction, we need to step back, millions of years back, to a time when the oceans were ruled by monsters. Roughly 82 to 66 million years ago, in the late Cretaceous period, the seas teemed with giants. Pliosaurs, ichthyosaurs, giant turtles. But towering above them all, both in size and ferocity, was the Mosasaur. It wasn't born to swim, at least not originally. Mosasaurus, like all mosasaurs, was a lizard. A relative of the monitor lizard, to be exact, kin to modern Komodo dragons. But evolution pushed it further, gave it flippers, streamlined its body, enlarged its lungs, strengthened its jaw. And by the end, what emerged was less reptile and more sea dragon. Some species, like Mosasaurus hoffmanni, reached lengths of over 50 feet. They had eyes forward-facing, binocular vision, serrated, backward-curving teeth, and an anatomy unlike any modern marine reptile. Their double-hinged jaws allowed them to open wide, like snakes. Prey didn't stand a chance. They ate ammonites, sharks, other marine reptiles. Some fossilized stomach contents even include smaller mosasaurs, evidence of cannibalism. These were not passive creatures. They were apex predators, the dominant force in the world's oceans. And then, extinction. 66 million years ago, a mass extinction event, likely caused by an asteroid impact, wiped out 75% of Earth's species. The mosasaurs disappeared along with the dinosaurs. Or so we thought. What if they didn't? What if a few survived? Not on the surface, not near shorelines, but in the dark. What if they adapted? The deep sea, after all, is the perfect hiding place. Cold, dark, vast, unmapped, inaccessible. A place where light doesn't reach and human eyes rarely look. A place where ancient things might still exist, not as they were, but as they've become. It's not as outlandish as it sounds. There is precedent for so-called Lazarus species, animals thought to be extinct, only to be rediscovered decades, centuries, or even millennia later. The coelacanth is perhaps the most famous. A lobe-finned fish believed to have gone extinct 66 million years ago, until it was found alive and well in 1938, off the coast of South Africa. Since then, others have been discovered, swimming in deep rocky habitats between 500 and 2,000 feet below the surface. The key was depth. The coelacanth had not survived in shallow reefs or river deltas. It had retreated, gone deeper, found a refuge in the places we rarely go. Could the same be true for mosasaurs? Biologically, the idea has challenges. Reptiles are ectothermic, cold-blooded. They rely on external temperatures to regulate body heat. The deep ocean is near freezing, and there's the issue of oxygen. Deep-sea oxygen levels are low, and reptiles breathe air. But biology is not fixed. It is a story of adaptation. If even a few mosasaurs survived the extinction, perhaps by chance, perhaps by behavior, they would have faced evolutionary pressure to change, to become smaller, more efficient, to develop new oxygen storage methods like whales and seals, or even to hibernate between dives, limiting their oxygen consumption. And we have seen large air-breathing animals descend to incredible depths. Sperm whales dive over 3,000 meters. Elephant seals can stay underwater for nearly 2 hours. If mammals can evolve such traits, is it impossible that reptiles might too? Some theorists point to a more unsettling possibility. What if mosasaurs didn't survive extinction, but something descended from them did? Imagine a lineage, a hidden branch of the mosasaur tree that continued in secret, isolated in the abyss, evolving in darkness. A new genus, smaller, leaner, colder, adapted not for the warm, sunlit seas of the Cretaceous, but for the twilight zones of the modern ocean. It wouldn't need to be a perfect match to its ancestors, just enough to leave behind a silhouette, a scale, a shadow across an ROV's feed. Which brings us back to 2017. The clip that surfaced was just the beginning. In the years since, a pattern has emerged. Scattered reports, fragments, a sonar echo here, a blurred image there, all dismissed in isolation. But together, they paint a picture. In 2020, a Japanese trawler operating off the Bonin Islands recorded an unusual sonar contact. The object was long, estimated at over 20 meters. It moved with a steady pulsing rhythm, neither ascending nor descending. It passed beneath the trawler and vanished. In 2021, a marine research station in Argentina logged a deep water microphone recording of an unusual clicking pattern. The clicks came in pairs, Rapid, short, then a pause, then again. The frequency did not match any known whale species. When the file was sent to a cryptic biologist at a private university, they responded with a single word: reptilian? Then, in early 2023, a private submersible exploring the waters off the coast of Madagascar reported a brief encounter with a large, fast-moving object that stirred silt across the viewport and caused a sudden pressure shift. The pilot never saw the animal, only the motion and the turbulence it left behind. Was it a coincidence that Madagascar is one of the regions where Mosasaur fossils were first discovered? Was it just a fish, or was it a remnant? Of course, the mainstream explanation remains unchanged. No known reptiles exist in the deep sea. Mosasaurs are extinct. The footage is inconclusive. The science doesn't support it. But the ocean is not beholden to our certainty. It does not care for our models. And history has a way of humbling even the most steadfast assumptions. For centuries, giant squid were thought to be sailors' tales. Now, we've filmed them in the wild. For decades, the megamouth shark was unknown. Now, we know it lurks at depths of 500 meters. What else waits undetected? In the end, the return of the Mosasaur may not be about one creature. It may be about the idea that in the depths, the past is not always past. That extinction is not always the end. That the ocean does not forget. It remembers. And when it chooses to show us what it remembers, we are rarely ready. So when we see a shadow glide past the lens of an ROV, when we hear a sound no whale should make, when we catch a glimpse of a tail that curves the wrong way, we must ask, is this new or is this returning? The ocean holds its breath, and in that stillness, something ancient stirs. Story 4. The Abyssal Ichthyosaur. From the ancient echoes of the Mosasaur, whose silhouette may still glide beneath the waves, we descend even deeper. Past the sunlight, past the twilight, past the midnight zone where the water turns black and pressure warps everything it touches, into a realm few have dared to consider, where extinction isn't final, it is simply reclusive. For what vanished from the fossil record does not always vanish from the Earth. Somewhere near the edge of tectonic stillness, off the northeastern coast of New Zealand, lies a place few know by name, but many have felt in unease: the Kermadec Trench, a dark scar in the seafloor nearly 6 miles deep, remote, cold, and inhospitable to all but the most alien forms of life. It is here that the legend of the Abyssal Ichthyosaur begins. The ichthyosaur was once one of Earth's most efficient marine predators, a reptile with the streamlined body of a dolphin, eyes larger than any animal alive today, and jaws studded with rows of piercing teeth. For over 150 million years, they ruled the seas, evolving into dozens of forms, from sleek fish-like hunters to deep-diving specialists. Then, somewhere near the end of the Cretaceous period, they vanished. Not with the asteroid, not with the dinosaurs, but before them, which is part of what makes the mystery so peculiar. While mosasaurs and plesiosaurs fell to the same extinction event that ended the reign of the dinosaurs, ichthyosaurs had already begun to dwindle millions of years earlier. Their disappearance was slow, not catastrophic, gradual, not explosive, as if they were not destroyed by cataclysm, but perhaps driven away, adapted elsewhere. The first hint came in 2003. A research vessel, part of an oceanographic survey funded jointly by New Zealand and American Marine Institutes, was conducting sonar scans along the Kermadec Trench. The goal was to map minor earthquake zones in the region and monitor hydrothermal activity along the trench walls. But what they found was neither volcanic nor tectonic. At approximately 4,800 meters deep, the sonar picked up a high-speed anomaly. A large, dense object moving horizontally through the Weddell zone at a velocity too rapid for any known non-mechanical source. It wasn't the movement that stunned the researchers. It was the shape, elongated, tapered at both ends, a distinctive dorsal ridge, and most critically, a vertical caudal fin. Unlike fish, whose tails tend to be vertical, marine reptiles like ichthyosaurs evolved horizontally flattened tails, much like modern whales and dolphins. But this anomaly suggested a hybrid form, a tail that flicked vertically, but with bone density inconsistent with mammals. More scans were ordered. Nothing came back. Then, a decade later, a second incident. This time, a Japanese submersible drone equipped with autonomous tracking was sent to monitor bioluminescent species across the trench walls during the dark cycle. At 3:11 a.m., the drone captured 8 seconds of footage before abruptly losing contact. In those 8 seconds, the frame trembled with distortion. But through the noise, something moved across the edge of view. Not slowly, not with the drifting grace of a jellyfish or squid, but fast and purposeful. A flash of pale grey, a narrow snout, a torpedo-shaped body with 2 distinct pectoral fins that seemed to adjust for lift and angle. Most eerily, there was a moment, just a frame, where a round, reflective eye caught the light from the drone. An eye so large it filled the top third of its head. And then, nothing. The drone went dark. Recovery missions failed to retrieve it. The footage remains archived, unreleased to the public, reviewed only by a small scientific panel. But word leaked out, and soon a new hypothesis began to circulate. What if some ichthyosaurs didn't go extinct? What if they went deeper? The Weddell zone, depths below 6,000 meters, is so extreme, so inaccessible, that large swaths remain entirely unmonitored. No light penetrates. The pressure is 1,000 times that of surface level. And yet, life persists. We know of amphipods that thrive in trench-bottom sediment, of snailfish with translucent skin and gelatinous bones, of microbial colonies that metabolize hydrogen sulfide from hydrothermal vents. But these are small. What of the large? What of the giants that adapted in ways we cannot easily imagine? Some paleontologists are cautious but curious. Ichthyosaurs had already evolved for deep diving long before whales existed. Their anatomy, particularly the large ocular cavity, suggests specialization for low-light environments. Their lungs were built for extended submersion, their metabolism efficient. One extinct genus, Temnodontosaurus, is estimated to have reached lengths of over 30 feet. But teeth marks found on fossilized bones suggest that even larger predators may have existed. Yet none of that explains the silence. No fossil record traces ichthyosaurs past the Cretaceous. No modern strandings. No skeletal remnants. No known DNA. Until 2019. A team from the University of Wellington, conducting a study on deep ocean sediment cores, retrieved a sample from a depth of 5,200 meters near the trench. It contained minute fragments of biological matter, shredded, digested, degraded beyond clear taxonomy. But one protein sequence was distinct. It resembled keratin found in reptilian skin. More precisely, marine reptilian dermal scales, too degraded to extract DNA. But the structure was unmistakable. No marine reptiles are known to inhabit these depths. None are even thought to survive in modern oceans. So what left that trace? There is, of course, the possibility of error, contamination, misidentification. But the lead scientist on the project, Dr. Halloran Reyes, has since gone on record suggesting the protein was biologically anomalous, a term that, in scientific circles, implies a discovery outside established classification. In private correspondence, she went further. It matches no known species, but it mirrors, in strange ways, what we'd expect from ichthyosaurian tissue subjected to deep-sea pressure adaptation. The phrase echoed through academic circles, quietly, cautiously. Then came the audio. In 2021, a hydrophone array positioned along the Kermadec Arc captured a sequence of echolocation pulses. Initially dismissed as anomalous whale song, the audio was later reviewed by cetacean biologist Dr. Kenji Sato. What he discovered was unsettling. The frequency was too high, the pulse intervals too tight, the structure almost mechanical in regularity. But what stood out most was the presence of click-burst sequences layered in clusters of 4, a pattern never observed in whale species. Whatever made the sound was large and precise. Clicking is a behavior used for navigation, for communication, for hunting, and it was directional. Triangulation put the source at nearly 6,200 meters, far deeper than any known whale can dive. No mechanical submersible was operating in the area at the time, and the sound repeated only twice, once in early March, then again in mid-May. After that, silence. Sato described the sound as deliberate, organized, and spatially aware. Words rarely used in acoustic biology. He added only one more note. It sounded like something listening for something else. Some now believe these glimpses, the sonar shadows, the lost drone footage, the tissue trace, and the strange pulses, may all point to the same answer. Not a whale, not a squid, but a survivor, a lineage that went deeper instead of disappearing. A creature whose ancestors once patrolled warm Mesozoic seas, and now haunt the silence of oceanic trenches. Fringe theories have gone further still. Some posit that these ichthyosaurs are not just relics, but highly adapted apex predators using darkness and pressure as camouflage. That they do not surface because they do not need to. That the deep sea, once a refuge, became a domain, a kingdom beneath crushing weight. Others speculate these creatures use bioluminescence not as a lure, but as a warning. That their eyes, so enormous in fossil form, may glow faintly in infrared spectrums. That the occasional report of glowing eyes in the trench from submersible pilots is not delusion, but sighting. Still, no body has surfaced. No photograph has been confirmed, only fragments. But perhaps that's by design. The ichthyosaur was a predator of elegance, built for speed, intelligence, and precision. It did not lumber, it did not thrash, it pursued, it adapted. And if one species had the anatomical potential to slip into the most remote biospheres of Earth and remain undetected for millennia, it might be this one. But then comes the oldest question of all. If such a creature still lives, why has it never surfaced? One theory lies in the physics of pressure. Creatures adapted to the Hadal zone are built for environments where the pressure exceeds 1,000 atmospheres. To ascend too quickly would be lethal. Just as humans suffer from decompression sickness, so too might a trench-dwelling reptile experience fatal trauma from rapid pressure change. So they stay down, far down, feeding on deep water fish, crustaceans, perhaps even other trench dwellers, living in silence, surfacing only rarely, and perhaps only under distress. And if the few sonar and video captures we do have are signs of such a surfacing, then perhaps something is changing. Perhaps the deep is shifting. Perhaps pressure barriers are no longer enough. Climate change, ocean acidification, tectonic shifts, all could be driving subtle migrations of Hadal species. Or perhaps the creatures themselves are evolving again, learning again, adapting not to avoid detection, but to choose it. For now, there is no name, no confirmed image, only a theory whispered in oceanographic labs and passed between exobiologists and cryptozoologists like a sacred riddle. They call it the Abyssal Ichthyosaur, a name born of bones, of shadows, of sonar echoes, a name for something we cannot prove, but cannot ignore. And as we watch the deep with ever better cameras and sensors and probes, the question is no longer whether the ocean can hold secrets like this. It is whether we are ready to see them. Because perhaps extinction is not a line, perhaps it is a veil, and perhaps, just perhaps, that veil is beginning to thin. Story 5. The Things That Watch, Unseen Eyes in the Deep. From the fady sonar echoes of the Abyssal Ichthyosaur, born of theory, shadow, and bone, we now turn not to the past, but to the present. Not toward what once swam these depths, but what still watches from within them. For in the lowest reaches of the sea, where extinction blurs and darkness reigns, something remains. Not a fossil, not a myth, but a presence we cannot name. Because sometimes it is not the deep we observe, it is the deep observing us. This is the mystery of the unseen eyes in the deep. They do not roar, they do not flash, they do not chase, they simply appear. Two faint glints in the darkness, perfectly spaced, perfectly still. Then, gone. Remote-operated vehicles, the tireless eyes of modern oceanography, have recorded these glimpses for years. Not many, just a few, but enough. Enough to make the observers fall quiet. Enough to prompt questions no one wants to ask. Because if something in the deep is looking back at us, then what is it seeing? And more urgently, what does it want? The phenomenon is simple on paper. A flash of reflected light. Two glints, symmetrical, sometimes small, sometimes faintly wide set, as if from something large, too far to focus, too fleeting to tag, and then nothing. No sonar echo, no outline, just water, just dark. These anomalies occur without pattern. No predictable depth, no confirmed location, but they always happen at the very edge of illumination. That final, uncertain ring where the ROV's beam fades into ink, as if whatever is watching knows exactly how far we can see, and stays just beyond it. To call them eyes might be presumptuous. Technically, what's being captured could be any reflective surface, organic or otherwise. But what haunts the researchers is the spacing, the rhythm, the intentionality. The 2 points always appear together, almost always aligned horizontally, like the eyes of a predator. They shimmer for a second, then blink out. Sometimes one disappears just before the other, like an actual blink. That illusion of blinking is what has stuck with many who've reviewed the footage, as if something is studying us, testing visibility, calculating. But perhaps the most chilling aspect isn't the eyes themselves, but what surrounds them, or rather, what doesn't. In every clip analysed, the region around the glints is completely featureless. No movement, no form, not even a silhouette. As though the creature, if it is a creature, absorbs all surrounding light. Some believe this could be a form of ultra-black pigmentation, similar to certain deep-sea fish like the Anoplogaster cornuta, the fangtooth, whose skin reflects less than 0.05% of light. Others propose active camouflage, bioluminescence used not to glow, but to cancel out any incoming illumination. But those are guesses, because no known animal has been confirmed to produce this exact effect. And even if it could, what is it doing? Why just watch? Why only approach from behind or below? Why never get closer? The earliest documented case of these unseen watchers comes from a dive in the Gulf of Mexico, circa 2005. A team from NOAA was surveying methane seeps with an ROV named Argus. The vehicle was stable, scanning the seabed near a brine pool, one of the ocean's strangest habitats. Brine pools are underwater lakes, denser and saltier than the seawater around them. They shimmer like mercury, bordered by mussel beds and odd life forms that survive on hydrogen sulfide. It was there, above that alien shoreline, that the glints appeared. They weren't noticed in real time. It wasn't until later, during a slow review of the footage, that a technician paused and squinted. Frame 12,349. Two small reflections, just at the edge of the dome light, spaced like the eyes of a medium-sized mammal. Then, frame 12,351. Gone. The team joked about it at first. Mermaid paparazzi, someone called it. But the moment stuck with them. And then, a few months later, it happened again. This time, in the Indian Ocean. Different ROV, different crew, same pattern. Faint reflections, perfectly spaced, gone in an instant. Since then, at least 7 credible incidents have been logged across various research organizations. None lasted more than a second. None have been repeated in the same location, and none have been explained. Some have called it pareidolia, our brain's tendency to see patterns where none exist, like faces in clouds, or meaning in noise. But others aren't so sure, because with each sighting, a question remains. What's out there that wants to watch but never be seen? Deep-sea ecologist Dr. Lena Moreno has studied bioluminescence for most of her career. She describes the deep ocean as a language of light. In the absence of vision, animals signal with flashes, pulses, strobes, warnings, invitations, camouflage, even weapons. But the glints aren't language. They don't pulse, they don't flicker, they don't repeat, they just observe, as if responding not to other marine life, but to us. Dr. Moreno's theory, still unpublished, is that we may be witnessing a form of reactive camouflage, but in reverse. Instead of blending in, the organism reflects just enough light to create the illusion of watching. A kind of false stare, like eye spots on a moth's wings. A defense mechanism. But a defense against what? No predators operate ROVS. No creatures in the deep shine that kind of light. A focused beam from an artificial eye. Unless, of course, the watchers aren't reacting to us as life forms, but as something else entirely. Tools, probes, aliens. It's a wild suggestion, and Dr. Moreno is quick to distance herself from the more fringe implications. But the mystery persists, because if not an animal, what else blinks? Some of the most compelling footage comes from dives in the Philippine Trench, one of the deepest parts of the Western Pacific. In 2017, a Japanese submersible captured several stills showing not 2, but 4 glints, arranged in a staggered pattern, almost like the eye lines of 2 creatures side by side. One pair closer, one pair just behind. Then, a slight shimmer, a shift, and both sets vanished at once, as if they'd turned. What's troubling about this instance is the implication of coordination. Not just a passive response, but group behavior. In higher animals, synchronized attention, such as 2 creatures looking at the same object, suggests not just awareness, but social awareness, shared intent. And once you cross into the realm of shared intent, you begin to confront the possibility of intelligence. Could we be mistaking passive glints for something far more active? Marine biologist Jaron Waite, who specializes in deep-sea cephalopods, has speculated that we may be witnessing the behavior of an undiscovered class of highly intelligent invertebrates. Unlike squids or octopuses, which rely on complex skin patterns to communicate, these creatures might have developed a different strategy: reflective tracking. Think of it as passive sonar, but visual. Instead of emitting light, they position themselves at the edges of artificial illumination and study its origin. A kind of curiosity, or perhaps caution. If such a creature existed, it might view light not as a beacon, but as bait, and the only safety would lie in the shadows. Waite refers to it as the observer hypothesis, the idea that certain life forms, perhaps older than we realize, have evolved not to dominate the deep, but to monitor it, to stay hidden, to study from a distance, not predators, not prey, just watchers. And perhaps they've been doing it for longer than we've been looking. If that's true, it would mark a major paradigm shift in how we think about marine intelligence. Because up until now, most deep-sea species have shown signs of specialization, of adapting to a specific environment, a specific need. But what if a species adapted to us, to our presence, our noise, our lights? What if something in the deep evolved not to survive the ocean, but to remain unseen by those who visit it? The unsettling part is, we may have already caught them, not in nets, not in tanks, but in pixels, digital artifacts, brief moments of symmetry, reflections that shouldn't exist. In 2021, an AI program designed to identify fish species from ROV footage flagged an anomaly. Frame 88,204 of a dive off the coast of Chile. 2 glowing points, followed by a movement pattern too fast for the vehicle to track. The AI didn't categorize it as a fish. It labeled it unrecognized event, bisymmetrical pattern. A glitch, some said, but others weren't so sure. Because when the frame was slowed to 1/60th speed, the eyes blinked. And for one fraction of a second, there was shape, not a full body, not anything conclusive, but an outline, faint, angular, like the edge of something vast, moving with purpose. It didn't swim, it didn't drift, it repositioned. And then it was gone. The operator who reviewed the footage, a technician named Kyle Brenner, later described the sensation as being studied, not watched, studied, like the way we watch ants. It begs a difficult question. What if the deep sea is not just a habitat? What if it is an observatory? Not for us, but for them. A place where watchers wait in silence, not to harm, not even to interfere, just to witness. Some believe these sightings represent a new category of life entirely, what researchers have started calling hypercryptics. Creatures whose evolutionary pressure isn't driven by physical traits, but by their ability to remain entirely undetected. The opposite of camouflage, not hiding in plain sight, but becoming plain absence. No heat signature, no sound, no reflection, save for those two glints, perhaps intentional, because if they are eyes, then they want to be seen, just once, just enough to let us know. They're there, watching, always. Of course, the skeptics have their rebuttals. They point to lens flare, to water particulates, to the possibility of misinterpreted reflections from the ROV's own casing. And in many cases, they're right. Deep-sea footage is notoriously hard to analyze. Shadows and light behave differently under pressure and depth. Even small anomalies can seem like creatures. But even the skeptics acknowledge something is off, because the glints are always in pairs, always symmetrical, always gone before a full frame can resolve. And perhaps most disturbingly, they never reappear in the same place, as if they're following us, as if wherever we go, they're already there, waiting and watching, not to be known, but to know. And maybe that is what makes them most unsettling of all, because we are used to being the explorers, the ones who ask the questions, who shine the lights. But what if something else has already been here, long before our submarines, before our satellites, before our tools could even measure pressure? What if our presence is not a first contact, but a disturbance, and the eyes we see, so briefly, so impossibly far away, are not a threat, but a warning, a reminder that the deep has its own witnesses, and they are patient, they are still, and they are always just outside the edge of the beam. Perhaps that's why no one ever talks about them in official reports, because how do you write, "It blinked"? How do you file "It saw me" in a data log? You don't. You close the footage, you power down the feed, and you pretend it was nothing. Just light, just the sea, just us, alone. Except, of course, we're not. We never were. And maybe if you stare long enough into the dark, it blinks back. Story 6. The Gelatinous Colossus at São Paulo Ridge. From the unseen glints in the dark, from the watchers behind the veil of blue, we now drift into something far stranger. For not all deep-sea enigmas are glimpsed in pairs of blinking eyes or vanishing silhouettes. Some take form, some pulse. Some breathe in ways that shake the foundation of what we call life. And some are simply too large, too alien, too perfect in their wrongness to classify. This is the story of a mass, not lifeless, but not alive in any way we understand. A thing that moved without swimming, that shimmered without light, that grew more visible the more it was ignored. A creature so vast and gelatinous, it dwarfed every known cephalopod, every jellyfish, every biomass ever documented. So strange, the cameras melted trying to remember it. Let's travel now, just east of Brazil, to a stretch of mid-ocean ridge long dismissed as uneventful, until something woke up, until something revealed itself. Our journey begins along the São Paulo Ridge, an underwater chain of fractured, uplifted rock that lies about 1,000 kilometers offshore, marking a jagged boundary between the South American and African tectonic plates. Unlike its more volcanic cousins, this ridge is considered stable, dormant, boring even in the eyes of the geological community. No known vents, no hot plumes, no sudden activity. just a slow rise of rock where the Atlantic floor breathes in silence. Or so it seemed. In the autumn of 2011, a consortium of private oil companies began running deepwater exploratory surveys along this ridge. Their goal was simple: map the ocean floor for potential drilling zones, chart formations, measure density, report anomalies. The expedition was quiet, funded privately, and largely overlooked by the scientific press. It involved 3 ships, 12 engineers, a rotating team of oceanographers, and a fleet of unmanned submersibles, the kind with high-pressure housings and long-arcing robotic arms designed more for precision than drama. But it was the manned dive that changed everything. They called it a visual follow-up, just a routine descent, a way to confirm a cluster of ambiguous sonar returns that resembled silt disturbances, the kind that suggest gas seeps or shifting sediment. It was meant to last 4 hours. It ended after 1. The dive team, 2 men, 1 woman, boarded a submersible designated Orca 5, descending just after 9 a.m. local time. The ocean was calm, sky overcast. The deck crew noted no electromagnetic interference, no pressure anomalies. Everything was nominal. But by 10:18 a.m., contact was lost. Not entirely. Audio feeds continued. So did depth and pressure telemetry. But the camera went black. Not abruptly. Not like a severed wire. Instead, the feed grew soft, blurry, then colorless, then static, then nothing. By 10:22, all visual returns ceased. Orca 5 surfaced at 10:39, 15 minutes early, citing system malfunction. The crew emerged visibly shaken, pale, quiet. They said little on deck, only that the water grew strange at 920 meters, that their lights began refracting oddly, that something large shifted beneath them, not swam, not moved, shifted. The description, vague as it was, rattled even the most seasoned engineers. According to the pilot's debrief, it began as a shimmer, a vertical wall of clarity, like a curtain in the water, slightly denser than the sea around it. Not illuminated, but somehow lit, as if the light from the submersible's beam bent around it unnaturally. Then it pulsed, once, and the whole structure, or organism or mass, responded like jelly reacting to touch. The woman in the sub, a geobiologist named Dr. Ana Rojas, later described it as a cathedral made of mucus, transparent and the size of a small building. Her words, not lightly chosen. She said it had no obvious brain, eyes, or limbs, just folds, chambers, veins, a vast undulating veins, a vast undulating surface that reflected the sub's presence without sound, without hostility, but not without awareness. And then the static came. The camera lens, one of the most durable models used in abyssal depths, began to fog, not with water, with heat. By the time they attempted a full scan, the system had melted from within. Wires fused, internal casing warped. The data cores burned out without tripping thermal failsafes. The technicians assumed fire, but there was no ignition point, no arc, just degradation. Something, whatever surrounded them, had emitted enough internal energy to melt the optical hardware without affecting the hull or the humans inside it. And it wasn't over. The next day, one of the unmanned drones sent to re-image the coordinates returned something else entirely. Not static, not silence, but light, a glowing column. Just 30 seconds of footage before the drone's own feed went dark. The light wasn't artificial. It wasn't even steady. It resembled the soft flicker of bioluminescence, but it rippled in gradients, like breathing. And inside that light, a shape, one that flickered between clarity and blur, as though the lens couldn't decide whether to focus. Some compared it to a parachute, others to a sea bladder, inflated and rippling. Some insisted it was shaped like a larval bell, but none could agree on where it ended, because no boundary was ever found. Only fade, only blur, only silence. Attempts to revisit the area were denied by the controlling corporation, citing equipment sensitivity concerns. But whispers spread. Some claimed the dive team had seen more than they admitted, that they'd heard something, a vibration in the hull, a humming, that the pressure around the craft had changed in ways no instrument recorded, but the human body still felt. That one of the engineers aboard the support vessel, a man in his 60s, refused to sleep below deck for the rest of the mission, citing dreams of transparent mouths, wide enough to drown in. None of this was officially recorded, but the files leaked, and those who read the logs saw something stranger still. The sonar returns from the original survey, the ones that prompted the dive, had no echo pattern. They weren't reflective like stone, or scattered like fish. They were absorbent, as if the sound went in and never came back. And when the data was reprocessed months later using civilian software, the anomaly appeared larger. Not by much, but noticeably, as if it had grown, or shifted, or risen. Theories abound, as they always do in stories like this, but few align, and fewer still satisfy. Some marine biologists proposed a giant salp colony, a drifting chain of transparent organisms known to link together in long glowing ropes. But even the most massive salp formations measure less than a dozen meters in length. This thing was 3 times that, and spherical. Others floated the idea of a siphonophore, one of the longest and most delicate colonial organisms in the sea. The Portuguese man-o'-war is a distant cousin, but no known siphonophore displays heat-based interference, or camera melting pulses, or structural coherence at such scale. Another theory, more fringe, pointed to a stable gelatinous bloom, a theoretical event in which millions of protein-based microorganisms form a single floating structure over time, bonding under pressure into a living mass. But again, the mass moved, not drifted, moved. Even stranger, it avoided. In follow-up surveys using long-range sonar, a second pattern emerged. The anomaly wasn't fixed. Each time researchers attempted to triangulate its position using multiple vessels, the object seemed to subtly reposition itself between them, never returning a clean angle, never remaining still, as if it knew it was being watched. Some likened it to deep-sea camouflage, others to intelligence. One report, unattributed, perhaps apocryphal, claims a brief Doppler reading captured during a delayed ping revealed movement inside the structure. Not random, rhythmic, like cilia, or breathing. That same week, a surface ship lost all drone signal while drifting above the anomaly. The waves around the hull reportedly grew glassy, then still, then a single air bubble, large, wide, shimmering, rose from below and burst beside the vessel. The ship's metalwork near the bubble's path was later found etched, not corroded, not pitted, etched, with hexagonal patterns, like honeycomb. But these too vanished from the official logs. Today, no public record of the incident exists. No open source images, only fragments, diver recollections, corrupted footage, a single heat-warped camera lens preserved in a locked archive under the pretense of thermal failure review. But among those who still whisper about the anomaly, there's one phrase they repeat. It's not a jellyfish. It's not a colony. It's not even a creature. It's a biome, or a trap, or, as one marine theorist once suggested in an unpublished paper, a defensive structure deployed by an organism we cannot yet see, much less understand. A kind of luring mouth, a gelatinous net scaled to submerge prey the size of whales, or ships, or teams of divers. He called it a sensory mesh, something that doesn't chase. It waits, it dilates, it reacts. And when you get close enough to film it, it sees you too. But here's the part that haunts those who believe it. If the São Paulo Ridge anomaly is truly a biological trap, then what laid it? What does it feed? Where is the creature that leaves such a lure? And why, after all this time, has no similar structure ever been seen again? Unless, of course, it never left. Unless it's still down there, waiting, beneath the currents, just beyond the range of sonar, out of focus, too slow to chase, too large to hide, too patient to need either. There are no follow-up dives planned, not because the risk is too great, but because those who studied the incident now believe something else entirely, that the creature wasn't discovered in 2011. It allowed itself to be seen once, and once was enough. Some believe it rose to the surface not in hunger, but in warning, a flash of presence, a shimmer of scale, a thing whose shape cannot be fully photographed because the moment we try, it pulses, it breathes, it watches, and our machines fail. So the São Paulo Ridge remains quiet once more. Survey ships avoid it now. Charts omit the precise coordinates, and the dive logs, scrubbed, archived, anonymized, remain closed to the public. But every so often, late at night, a sonar tech will watch the feed from a passing cargo ship and notice a silence, a smooth patch in the echo map, a place where sound does not return. And for a moment, they'll feel it too. That strange, pressurized quiet, that ripple beneath the hull, that sense that something huge and clear and old just blinked. Story 7. The forgotten Megalodon carcass in the Arctic shelf. Not all giants shimmer in translucent silence, like the thing that stirred near the São Paulo Ridge. Some lie still, unmoving, dead, if such things can truly die. And while the clear mass that breathed beneath Brazilian waters seemed almost otherworldly, there's another tale that belongs not to the living sea, but to something long past, or rather, something that should have been. It begins in the cold, grey reaches of the Arctic Ocean, where ice floats like broken bone, and the sun casts long, slanted shadows that never warm the waves. Here, along the outer edge of the Siberian continental shelf, a different kind of story took shape. Not the flicker of a sonar shadow or the melting of unexplained plastic, but something solid, heavy, and undeniable. A carcass. That was the word passed between men, whispered across decks, jotted down in hastily scribbled notes, and then erased. The year was 1954. The vessel was Soviet, and the body it dredged up from the deep did not match anything on record. Let's revisit the mystery of the forgotten Megalodon carcass, found on the Arctic shelf. Or rather, let's revisit what little we're allowed to know. The story begins, as so many Cold War anomalies do, with silence. Official records from the 1950s Soviet whaling fleets are notoriously incomplete. Expeditions were often undertaken not just for oil or meat, but for observation, mapping, and testing. The Arctic in particular was viewed as a vast, untapped frontier. Its extreme conditions, bitter isolation, and political obscurity made it the perfect theatre for quiet experimentation. It's here that the whaling ship Slava 9, one of many anonymous vessels operating under the Soviet fleet, was tasked with patrolling the waters north of Franz Josef Land, just shy of the permanent ice cap. This was not a place for casual fishing. The temperatures dropped well below freezing. Navigation was treacherous, and visibility often dropped to nothing in a matter of minutes. But it was rich in whales. Blue whales, bowheads, even the elusive narwhal. And in 1954, it became the site of something else entirely. The event appears briefly in the margins of two surviving documents, not in the central reports, but in handwritten editions scrawled along the borders. The first is a routine observation log, stamped and signed by a fleet officer named Mikhail Burov. Most of the report details tonnage caught, blubber processed, and fuel reserves. But near the bottom, under a smeared ink stain, is a note in Cyrillic that translates roughly to unidentifiable specimen recovered. No match to known classification. Forwarded to Arkhangelsk. The second document is more obscure, a shipping manifest for frozen biological cargo. The final line reads only, Unit 23, Special Classification, 6,400 kilogram. Do not open. Route, Murmansk to Arkhangelsk to Novaya Zemlya. And then, nothing. The trail ends. The specimen, if it ever existed, vanished without further mention. No photographs were archived, no scientific description was filed. Not even a specimen code was recorded. Just the mass, 6.4 metric tons, and the label, Special Classification. That silence might have lasted forever, if not for a photograph. In 1991, after the fall of the Soviet Union, a small cache of naval and whaling materials began circulating on the open market. Mostly mundane items, charts, ration books, crew logs. But tucked inside a disintegrating leather-bound journal was something else. A single black and white Polaroid. Faded, torn at the edges, but still legible. It shows the deck of a Soviet trawler. A heavy crane arm is mid-swing. The ice-covered hull is slick with seawater and blood. And lying in the center, draped over two thick tarps, is the unmistakable shape of a shark. But not just any shark. Its proportions are wrong. The head is broader than that of a great white. The eye, just visible beneath a layer of frost, is enormous. And the tail, though partially obscured, appears ragged and shredded, as if it had been caught in something. The gills are vast, fanned open like the vents of an old machine. And though its body is curled slightly, the length, even conservatively measured from nose to tail arc, exceeds 60 feet. That's double the size of a modern great white, nearly triple the average length of a basking shark, and too thick, too muscular, too built to be a whale shark. In the bottom corner of the photograph, someone has penciled a date, July 14th, 1954, and just two letters, MK. No one knows who MK was. Some have speculated it refers to Mikhail Konev, a naval technician whose name appears in several Arctic mission logs from that year. Others think it was a crew member who took the photo illicitly. The truth remains unknown. But the image, nicknamed Megalodon K by cryptozoologists and fringe marine researchers, circulated quietly for years, until it vanished. The copy that surfaced in 1991 is the only known version. It was purchased in a lot of Cold War memorabilia by a Norwegian collector and has since been lost. The only surviving evidence is a scan, digitized in 2003 and posted briefly on an obscure marine biology forum before the site was taken down. Skeptics claim the image was doctored. They point to inconsistencies in the lighting. The shadows are soft, they argue. The frost too even. But no conclusive debunking has ever occurred. And then there's the matter of the ship. Several Soviet whaling vessels from that era had similar deck layouts, but the crane system seen in the photo matches only one class, the Slava 9 and its sister ships. Which brings us back to that curious log entry. Unidentifiable specimen recovered. So what did they find? And why was it never classified? One theory is that the crew of the Slava 9 inadvertently dredged up the remains of a modern-day Megalodon, the legendary prehistoric shark believed to have gone extinct more than 3 million years ago. Megalodons, as understood by paleontologists, were apex predators of the Miocene and Pliocene epochs. They could reach lengths of 60 to 70 feet, with jaws strong enough to crush a car. Their fossilized teeth, triangular and serrated, have been found all over the world, from Europe to the Americas to Southeast Asia. But no living specimen has ever been documented. The idea of a surviving megalodon is tantalizing and controversial. Mainstream science is resolute. They are extinct. The modern oceans, we're told, are too cold, too competitive, and too well monitored to hide such a beast. There's no food source that could sustain one for long, and certainly not in the Arctic. But there's one problem with that logic. We've barely explored the ocean. Only about 20% of the seafloor has been mapped in high detail. Vast swaths of the Arctic remain unmapped entirely, covered by shifting ice and blanketed in darkness. Creatures thought extinct, like the coelacanth, have surfaced before in places we didn't expect. So why not the megalodon? Some marine researchers point to anecdotal evidence. Sightings of massive sharks near deep trenches. Sonar pings of enormous, fast-moving targets that disappear too quickly to confirm. Fishermen who speak in hushed tones about shapes that follow their boats at night, gliding just below the hull, as wide as the ship itself. And then there's the curious pattern of missing whales. In certain Arctic regions, bowhead whale populations fluctuate with no clear explanation. Carcasses sometimes wash ashore bearing massive bite marks, too large for an orca, too clean for an ice collapse. Officially, these are blamed on ship strikes or scavengers. But some researchers, quietly, carefully, question that. Could something still be hunting the top predators of the sea? Could something old and forgotten remain beneath the ice? Those who believe in the megalodon theory point to the condition of the carcass in the photo. It was decaying, yes, but not fossilized. The flesh appeared soft, the fins limp, the eye intact. This was not an ancient corpse, not something dredged up from the fossil layer. It was fresh, recently dead, killed, perhaps, by trauma, by ice, or, if you believe the darker rumors, by another predator. A few whispers from former Soviet biologists suggest the creature had signs of injury. One translated account, attributed anonymously, described puncture wounds along the gill arc and a shearing bite mark across the dorsal ridge. If true, this implies that something larger, or at least more aggressive, had attacked it. Another theory is that it wasn't a megalodon at all, but a previously unknown species of cold-adapted deep-water shark. Some point to the Greenland shark, which can grow up to 24 feet and live for centuries beneath the ice. These slow, silent predators are barely understood. They've been found with the remains of polar bears and seals in their stomachs. Some even carry parasites in their eyes, rendering them blind. But even the largest Greenland shark is half the size of the creature in the photo. Others speculate that the Slava 9 encountered the carcass of a long-dead whale that had partially decomposed in a way that distorted its shape, bloating, distorting, twisting the body until it resembled something monstrous, a trick of decay and imagination. But that doesn't explain the gills, nor the teeth. One fragment of the story mentions a set of loose dental remains, collected in a sealed container and sent along with the body to Arkhangelsk. They were described as cartilaginous blades with fine serration and a pale ochre hue. No known shark species matches that description, and the box, like the carcass, was never seen again. So what happened? Where did the body go? And why, in the vast machinery of Soviet documentation, was something so large, so significant, erased? Some suggest the answer lies in military secrecy. If the USSR believed it had found a previously unknown species, or worse, evidence of prehistoric survival, the implications would be immense. Such a discovery could challenge Western scientific dominance, rewrite evolutionary timelines, or even spark biological research into cold-adapted predators. Perhaps the body was spirited away, not for study, but for weaponization. Others think the truth was more mundane, that the carcass decayed beyond preservation, and without the proper infrastructure, it was discarded. That the mystery, like so many others, was born from bureaucratic negligence, not conspiracy. But that theory doesn't explain the missing photo, or the fact that the term special classification was used, a designation typically reserved for high-value or dangerous biological materials. And it certainly doesn't explain the silence. In all the years since, no official comment has ever been made, no archives released, no apology issued for the vanishing record, just a photo, a whisper, a ship's log with smeared ink, and a deep, unshakable sense that something massive once broke the surface and was quietly buried beneath it again. Today, the Arctic shelf where the Slava 9 once patrolled is quieter. Climate change has melted much of the permanent ice. The whales still pass through, though their numbers shift strangely from year to year. And every so often, a modern fishing trawler will report something odd. A sonar return with no echo. A shadow that moves against the current. A carcass, half-eaten, missing its head. They don't publish these findings, but word gets around. Among Arctic crews, there's a saying, one not found in any logbook, but passed from captain to apprentice like a charm against bad luck. Don't drag the bottom too deep, because something might drag back. And as the ice recedes, as the Arctic opens once more to exploration and exploitation, we may find ourselves face to face with things long thought extinct. Or worse, things that were never known to begin with. The ocean holds its secrets well, but every so often, a body floats to the surface, cold, silent, and too large to explain. And when that happens, the only choice we have is to look away. Because deep beneath the Arctic waves, where the water is black and the pressure crushes steel, something old may still drift, waiting, watching, hungry, and forgotten. Story 8. Leviathan, the forgotten whale hunter. From the forgotten carcasses frozen into the Arctic shelf, We drift now into darker, deeper waters still. Not all giants of the sea are known by their remains alone. Some are remembered by the absence they leave behind, by the shape of fear carved into the bones of other beasts. The story we now follow is not one of disappearance, but of confrontation. It is the tale of a predator unlike any other, a giant that once ruled the ocean with teeth not for feeding, but for fighting. Long before it was a mystery, it had a name, Leviathan melvillei, named after the biblical Leviathan, and after the author who first wrote of a beast called Moby Dick. But this was no myth, no metaphor. This was real, a whale with teeth like knives, and a reputation carved into the fossil record. This is the forgotten whale hunter. The seas of the Miocene epoch, some 10 million years ago, were not serene. They were violent, they were loud, they were crowded. The ocean teemed with predators, and among them, two behemoths stood apart from the rest. One was Megalodon, a monstrous shark the size of a bus, whose fossilized teeth still surface along coastlines, serrated like jagged saw blades. The other was Leviathan, a giant-toothed whale, just as long, just as heavy, but built for a very different kind of warfare. If Megalodon was the silent ambush, the brute force from below, Leviathan was the brawler, the gladiator, the mammal with a mouthful of 3-foot-long teeth in both jaws, the longest of any known animal, living or extinct. And unlike most modern whales, which have evolved to feed on krill or small fish, Leviathan's jaws were designed for something else entirely: large prey, other whales, perhaps even sharks, perhaps even Megalodon. Its skull alone was nearly 10 feet long, its bite devastating. And its hunting grounds? Likely the shallows and continental slopes of the ancient Pacific and Atlantic coasts, places where smaller baleen whales would have gathered, traveled, and carved. Leviathan didn't chase plankton. It hunted giants, and for a time, it thrived. Fossils of Leviathan have been found in the Pisco Formation of Peru, a region rich with marine fossils from the Miocene epoch. The site is like a frozen battlefield, littered with the remains of dolphins, baleen whales, seals, and sharks. Among them, Megalodon teeth, Leviathan teeth. Evidence not just of coexistence, but competition. For millions of years, these two titans ruled the same waters. But then, they both vanished. Not slowly, not in the gentle ebb of evolutionary drift. They disappeared from the fossil record with stunning finality, as if something changed, and no one can agree on what. The disappearance of both Leviathan and Megalodon at the end of the Miocene is one of marine paleontology's great puzzles. Unlike the dinosaurs, there was no asteroid, no volcanic winter, no mass extinction event so clear and catastrophic that we can point to a single cause. Instead, the records go quiet, and in their silence, speculation begins. Some scientists argue that climate change was to blame. Around 3 to 4 million years ago, the planet began to cool. Ocean currents shifted, ice caps expanded, and with them, the prey animals that Leviathan and Megalodon fed upon, especially the smaller baleen whales, began to migrate, adapt, or vanish altogether. With food sources disappearing or fleeing to colder waters, the apex predators may have been left behind, starved, outcompeted by newer, smaller, more agile hunters. Others suggest competition from rising species of orcas, highly intelligent, social, and coordinated hunters, may have pressured both giants into extinction. Unlike solitary killers like Megalodon and Leviathan, orcas work in packs. They strategize, and as the oceans changed, so did the predators. But not everyone agrees, because in some circles, there are whispers of another explanation. Not extinction, not starvation, but conflict, a war of giants. The fossil record offers hints, but no clear answers. Scars found on Miocene whale bones match the bite marks of both Megalodon and Leviathan. Some show signs of repeated attacks, not for feeding, but for dominance, for territory. Even more haunting, some fossilized skulls show healed wounds. That suggests survival, not ambush, but battle. Imagine it, two apex predators, one with a mouth of serrated blades, the other with a battering ram of a skull and bone-crushing teeth, meeting not in pursuit of prey, but in opposition. Not to feed, but to kill, to claim the ocean itself. It's a poetic theory, but like most poetry, it leaves more questions than answers. If Leviathan and Megalodon clashed, who won? And more chilling still, is it possible neither did? Could both species have driven each other to the brink, exhausting their territories, wounding their lineages, weakening their evolutionary grip, until a colder, less forgiving ocean erased them both? It's possible. But there is one more theory, the quietest one, the most unsettling, that neither species is truly extinct, that at least one still survives, and that we stopped seeing them not because they vanished, but because they learned how to vanish. Of course, there is no evidence of Leviathan in modern oceans. No verified photographs, no recent carcasses, no strandings on windswept beaches. And yet, there are stories. Stories passed from sailor to sailor, hushed accounts of massive shapes surfacing in the fog, of whale songs interrupted mid-chorus by something deeper, stronger, louder. There are tales from the whaling ships of the 1800s, vessels built to pursue sperm whales, often finding themselves in battles they did not expect. Harpoons snapped, hulls crushed, entire crews vanished. The whales of that age were intelligent, dangerous, and sometimes violent. Could some of those attacks have been misattributed? Could one of them, even just one, have been a surviving Leviathan? It's hard to know. The deep sea hides its elders well, and Leviathan, if it survived, would not be a surface hunter anymore. It would have had to adapt to the cold, to the dark, to a life of silence and stealth. No longer the brawler, now the shadow. There is a curious case from 1997, off the coast of New Zealand. A hydrophone stationed deep in the Pacific captured a low-frequency roar unlike anything previously recorded. It was deeper than any whale, louder than any known marine creature, and lasted over a minute. It came to be known as the bloop. For years, scientists were divided on its origin. Some said it was ice, a massive shelf cracking and shifting. Others weren't so sure, because the sound wasn't random. It had structure, rhythm, almost like a call. Years later, NOAA would quietly suggest it was the sound of ice fracturing. But by then, the myth had taken hold, and the whispers began again. Leviathan, calling, searching, or warning. Whether the bloop was geological or biological may never be known, but its mystery tapped into something deeper, a sense that the ocean still holds relics from another age. And if one such relic survived, it would not be alone. Because as we trace the bones and teeth of Leviathan across the seabeds of ancient Peru, we are reminded of something easy to forget in modern life. The ocean is a graveyard, but it is also a hiding place. Fossils are only the ones that left a trace, and for every skeleton we find, there are hundreds, maybe thousands, that returned to the dark without a sound. If Leviathan did go extinct, it left no immediate successor, No modern whale today wields its teeth. No mammal swims with its strength. It was, perhaps, a dead end, a forgotten branch of the evolutionary tree, trimmed by time. But there is a strange absence in the food chain, a missing piece, an echo. Something once dominant is now gone. And in that silence, some hear footsteps. Somewhere, deep below the thermocline, in the midnight zones where no sunlight reaches, entire ecosystems flourish unseen. Giant squid, bioluminescent sharks, unknown worms stretching meters long. Even now, new species are discovered in these depths every year. Creatures once thought impossible or implausible. If such things can survive, why not Leviathan? There are tales from modern deep-sea trawlers, of nets torn as if by steel, of sonar readings showing shapes too large to be fish, too fluid to be submarines. In some reports, entire schools of whales divert suddenly, as if avoiding something they know, but we do not. Perhaps it is myth, but perhaps it is memory, ancient instincts, warning them of an old predator, one not seen in generations, one that once ruled alongside Megalodon and watched it vanish. If Leviathan still lives, it is not the same creature, not as we imagine it. It would have changed, evolved, but maybe not much. After all, when your design is perfect for killing giants, there is little need to change. You just need to wait. Wait for silence. Wait for the world to forget. Wait and watch. And when the ice thaws, when the ships return, when the lights and cameras dare descend once more into the abyssal canyons, it will already be too late. Because Leviathan does not announce its presence. It never did. It arrives with force and teeth, and the memory of oceans ruled not by us, but by titans. We dig up fossils and marvel at their size. We mount their teeth on walls. We reconstruct their skulls in museums and imagine the world as it was. But every so often, a whale washes ashore, torn apart in ways no shark could explain. Every so often, a ship goes silent in the Pacific, leaving only a ripple. Every so often, a sound rumbles through the water, too low, too deep, too old. And for a moment, we remember. We remember that before the ocean belonged to submarines and satellites. It belonged to something else, to the hunter of whales, to the monster with the name of myth, Leviathan melvillei, the forgotten whale hunter, or perhaps not forgotten at all, just waiting. Story 9. The deep rift breathers of the Pacific rise. The Mariana Trench may stretch deeper than any place on Earth, its pressure and silence forging a kind of ancient cathedral beneath the sea. But it is not the only place where the ocean breathes. There are other rifts, other trenches, places where the crust of the Earth groans and shifts, and something in the dark listens. From the abyssal secrets of the Challenger Deep, where the water compresses sound into unnatural clarity, we now shift our focus slightly eastward and a little further south, to a submerged scar that runs like a fault line across the Pacific seafloor. It is not as deep as the Mariana, but it is just as strange. This is the story of the deep rift breathers and the unexplained pulses, swells, and sighs that echo from the East Pacific rise. For decades, oceanographers have mapped this underwater ridge system, a vast volcanic seam that stretches from the Gulf of California to the edge of Antarctica. It is, by all accounts, a geologically active region, a place where molten rock constantly wells up from the Earth's mantle, forming new oceanic crust as tectonic plates drift apart. And yet, amid the heat, pressure, and creation, there are moments when the East Pacific Rise does something else. Something no textbook explains. It moves. Not abruptly, not like an earthquake, but rhythmically, as if breathing. The story begins with the instruments. In the 1990s, a network of deep-sea pressure gauges was deployed across the Pacific seafloor, a project aimed at monitoring ocean currents, seismic shifts, and long-term climate changes tied to the deep. The devices were precise, sensitive enough to detect even the slow creep of underwater landslides, or the flexing of magma chambers below the crust. But what they picked up in one particular region of the East Pacific Rise, a narrow band several hundred kilometers long, defied easy explanation. The instruments recorded massive pressure fluctuations, not sharp, not sudden, but slow, almost tidal, yet not aligned with any known lunar cycle. The pressure would drop, then rise again, over and over, in regular, repeating intervals. And the volume of water displaced was staggering, as if something vast and slow-moving had stirred far below. At first, scientists assumed a glitch, equipment error, perhaps a slow deformation of the seafloor itself. But the readings continued, and soon they were verified by independent sensors stationed hundreds of miles apart, all registering the same rhythmic pulses. It was as though something beneath the East Pacific Rise was expanding and contracting every 12 to 18 hours. Not a quake, not magma flow, but a breath. The ocean, of course, does not breathe in any human sense, but the metaphor stuck. And among researchers studying the phenomenon, quietly, carefully, a name emerged: the breathers. Most publications never used it. Too suggestive, too unscientific. But among the teams reviewing the raw data, the term became shorthand for the anomaly. Because it wasn't just the pressure shifts, there were sounds too. Hydrophones deployed in the same region began to pick up deep, bass-like throbs, low-frequency pulses that repeated in sync with the pressure cycles. Each pulse lasted several minutes, faint but detectable, and sometimes accompanied by a faint harmonic hum, a kind of resonance. It was as if a vast cavity or chamber was being compressed, then released, like a lung. The idea disturbed some, because these readings were not linked to known volcanic activity. No eruptions, no gas plumes, no shifting tectonic plates, just silence, followed by pulse, silence, then pulse. And over time, patterns began to emerge. The pulses were more frequent during certain months, peaking in March and September. They coincided loosely with equinox periods, but not in any obvious way. And then, the deep rift breathers of the Pacific Rise. The Mariana Trench may stretch deeper than any place on Earth, its pressure and silence forging a kind of ancient cathedral beneath the sea. But it is not the only place where the ocean breathes. There are other rifts, other trenches, places where the crust of the Earth groans and shifts, and something in the dark listens. From the abyssal secrets of the Challenger Deep, where the water compresses sound into unnatural clarity, we now shift our focus slightly eastward and a little further south, to a submerged scar that runs like a fault line across the Pacific seafloor. It is not as deep as the Mariana, but it is just as strange. This is the story of the deep rift breathers and the unexplained pulses, swells, and sighs that echo from the East Pacific Rise. For decades, oceanographers have mapped this underwater ridge system, a vast volcanic seam that stretches from the Gulf of California to the edge of Antarctica. It is, by all accounts, a geologically active region, a place where molten rock constantly wells up from. But both theories struggled to explain the regularity, the repeatability, and the sound, the hum. It was not just low-frequency pulses. As more advanced hydroacoustic sensors were deployed in the 2010s, scientists detected overtone patterns, faint harmonics that resembled bioacoustic signatures. Some even bore superficial resemblance to whale songs, but were lower in frequency, deeper, slower, and vastly more powerful. These were not calls, they were exhalations, and the strangest part was where they came from. The source points triangulated to regions not near volcanic vents, but along the flanks of ancient fissures, cracks in the crust that had long gone dormant, places where no hydrothermal activity should exist, dead zones, until they breathed. In 2014, a deep-diving autonomous vehicle, part of the ROV project Noctiluca, captured unusual footage while scanning the seafloor near one of these dead zones. The video was later archived and rarely shown, not because it revealed anything conclusive, but because of what it implied. The footage showed a broad, uneven depression in the sediment, roughly 60 meters wide and 8 meters deep. Its edges were sharp, scalloped, as if the floor had collapsed inward. At the center, a slow swirl of particles was rising, as if drawn upward by a faint current. Then, after 27 seconds, the swirl stopped, and for 2 full minutes, the sediment settled. No movement, no swirl. Then, another pulse, a plume of silt expelled like breath from a vent that had no source. The vehicle's sensors registered a pressure spike, followed by silence. It was the first visual evidence of a breather site, and it looked disturbingly organic, not mechanical, not volcanic, organic. When the data was reviewed by biogeologists at the Monterey Deep Systems Lab, several raised quiet red flags. The thermal readings suggested heat, but not consistent with volcanic origin. Instead, they showed a kind of cycling warmth, rising and falling like body temperature. And the particle composition in the expelled silt included trace elements typically found in biological decay: ammonia, complex proteins, and faint traces of methylated sulfur compounds. In small amounts, but enough to raise questions, because those compounds don't appear in volcanic emissions. They appear in breath, from living things. But no creature known to science, no whale, no squid, not even the elusive giant amphipods of the Weddell zone, could account for the scale of the readings. Whatever was down there was larger, much larger, and possibly alive. The scientific community, of course, does not speculate on sea monsters, but whispers spread quickly. Conference panels began adding late-night side meetings, unofficial gatherings where oceanographers shared their strangest data. Old ship logs were dredged up. In one report from 1972, a deep trawler operating near the same region logged a sudden, untraceable water mound, a bulge on the surface sea level, like a hill rising mid-ocean, lasting less than a minute before vanishing. Another vessel, in 1989, reported sonar dropouts, complete silence from the seafloor for hours, as if something had interfered with the echo returns. And in 2006, a hydrophone buoy stationed along the rise transmitted a bizarre anomaly, a continuous, low heartbeat-like signal lasting over 9 hours before the equipment failed. It was never recovered. The backup logs from the data array labeled it simply Event 347B. The lead researcher declined to comment, but internally, the files referred to it as the sleeping one. The breathers were no longer just a quirk of pressure readings. They were something else. And now, people began to look back, because this was not the first time the ocean had moved in ways it shouldn't. In Polynesian legend, there are stories of Tangaroa, the god of the sea, who is said to sleep beneath the waves, his breath stirring the tides. In ancient South American lore, the Mapuche spoke of a sleeping Leviathan, Tren Tren, that would rise when the balance of sea and land was disturbed. Even in modern Chilean folklore, deep quakes are said to be the yawns of El Durmiente, the sleeper, a nameless entity believed to stir below the sea. These stories, dismissed as myth, all share one detail: rhythmic motion, breath, and silence, until the sea rises. The deep rift breathers of the Pacific rise. Could it be that the stories remembered something the data had only just begun to find? Could the sea itself hold giants so vast, so embedded in the geology, that we no longer see them? Like barnacles mistaken for islands, or breathing mistaken for tides. Some scientists now wonder if the Earth's crust, particularly in ancient rift zones, could host life forms beyond any we've imagined. Not animals, not even microbial mats, but geological symbiotes, creatures that do not move like fish or feed like whales, but instead rest, hibernating for millennia beneath layers of rock and silt, stirring only when tectonic warmth or chemical signals awaken them, and breathing, one slow cycle at a time. It is, of course, theory, speculation, but the data persists, the pulses continue, and in the deep archives of the Ocean Acoustic Monitoring Network, a series of files remain locked under restricted access, flagged not for national security, but for unclassified uncertainty. Recordings marked with dates and warnings, files that bear names like Breather South 2 and Event Slope Rise 9G. Inside these files are waveforms, patterns, and a line repeated in the margin notes of more than one analyst's review. Do not assume all anomalies are mechanical. The ocean is old, older than bone, older than memory, and while we've named its ridges and trenches, mapped its thermals and currents, placed sensors in its dark, we've never really listened. Not like this. Not long enough. Because if we had truly heard what the sea was trying to say, we might have realized long ago. It's not silent, it sleeps, and sometimes it stirs. In the end, we do not know what the breathers are. We don't know if they are organisms or echoes of ancient quakes or vast liquid chambers shifting in rhythm with tides we don't yet understand. But we do know they're still active. The pulses are still being measured, and every year new anomalies are added to the list. Each one slightly different, each one slightly closer to the surface. And perhaps one day, they won't just breathe, they'll rise. Not all sea monsters have teeth. Some have lungs, some have silence, and some are buried so deep beneath the ocean floor that we've mistaken them for the planet itself. But what if the Earth is not entirely stone? What if something else, older, colder, and waiting, still lingers beneath? Not dead, not gone, just resting until the next breath. Story 10. The Bermuda Abyss Entity. From the slow pulses rising through the trench floor of the East Pacific Rise, to the suggestion that what we're hearing may not be tectonic movement at all, we turn now to a different ocean, one far older in its superstitions, far stranger in its anomalies, and far more feared. If the Pacific Trench breathes, then this place listens. It's the Bermuda Triangle, and at its deepest point lies a section of abyssal plain that remains almost entirely unscanned, not because it's impossible, but because every time a scan begins, it ends with a problem. Lost signal, dead equipment, silence. Except once, just once, something moved. It passed across a multi-array naval sonar grid in the early hours of a June morning, without a sound. It did not swim, it did not surface, it left no trail, but it moved, and it was the size of a cruise ship. Let's descend into the Bermuda Abyss. There is no single map that defines the Bermuda Triangle, no official chart or GPS perimeter to warn passing ships they are entering a zone of legend. And yet, pilots know it, mariners dread it, and data analysts within defense networks still receive classified alerts when something goes dark within its boundaries. It stretches roughly from the southern tip of Florida to the island of Bermuda, then down to Puerto Rico and back again, forming a rough, uneven triangle of open ocean spanning nearly 500,000 square miles. The waters within are no different in color or temperature than any other tropical sea. They shimmer with the same aquamarine clarity, glisten with the same sun-soaked waves. But there is something different beneath, something unmeasured. Stories of disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle are so well known they've become cultural shorthand for mystery. Aircraft that vanish without a distress call. Cargo ships that drift in under tow, empty. Electronic equipment that fails. Compasses that spin. For most of these incidents, explanations exist, at least in theory. Rogue waves, methane eruptions, sudden storms, human error. But one case in particular, buried quietly beneath a stack of naval data logs from 2003, has left experts at a loss. Because it wasn't a ship that went missing. It was something that appeared. In the early morning hours of June 5th, a naval survey vessel operating out of Key West deployed a tethered sonar array to chart underwater terrain along the Puerto Rico Trench, one of the deepest features in the entire Atlantic. This trench, unlike the Mariana, is less explored, less symmetrical, and far more unpredictable. Instead of a neat, plunging crescent, it weaves like a tear across the ocean floor, with sudden drops, fractured slopes, and strange angular formations that defy easy mapping. The vessel, designated for undersea reconnaissance and research, had launched a multi-beam sonar sweep to update the digital terrain model of a section of the trench called Grid 5C. Routine work, nothing unusual, until 4:17 local time. That's when the sonar return showed something moving. Slow, deliberate, and impossibly large. Unlike a pod of whales or a school of fish, which scatter, pulse, or drift, this object remained coherent. A singular mass, flat, oblong, nearly symmetrical in shape. Its dimensions, once processed through the sweep algorithm, placed it at approximately 260 meters in length. That's the length of an Airbus A380, or a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, or a mid-sized cruise ship. Except there was no ship scheduled in the area, no submarine exercise logged, no heat signature detected, and no engine noise. The object emitted nothing. It reflected sonar only because the array caught it by accident, sweeping the ocean floor in a slow, wide pass. For 91 seconds, it moved northeast. Not rapidly, not erratically, just purposefully. And then it was gone. The return faded. No wake, no cavitation, no turbulence in the water column. Naval analysts marked the event as non-anomalous mobile mass, likely misinterpretation. The files were archived, and the crew was rotated to a different assignment. But some didn't forget. Months later, during a debrief of unrelated sonar anomalies off the Azores, the Bermuda event was mentioned, offhandedly, in a closed-door meeting. A junior technician, new to the Atlantic Division, raised an odd point. There had been no secondary return. Even if the object was misidentified, a thermal layer, a tectonic shift, a misread school of fish, there should have been something. Sound doesn't vanish. It refracts, it reflects, it echoes. But in this case, the signal ended clean. No bounce, no trail. As if the object had simply ceased to exist, or slipped somewhere sonar could no longer follow. That quiet thread, once pulled, began to unravel a much larger pattern. Archived naval hydroacoustic data from the late 1990s showed two similar events. One in 1998, one in 2001, both in roughly the same sector. Both registered only during deep scan sweeps. Both showed movement consistent with a massive, slow-moving body, entirely silent, and both were dismissed. But here's where it becomes more than just a sonar anomaly. Because in 2004, a commercial undersea cable maintenance team operating on contract for a telecom company reported an unexplained disruption in seabed alignment sensors just days after the June 5th incident. Their cable ran across a section of the Puerto Rico Trench near Grid 5C. Sensors embedded in the cable casing, meant to detect shifting sediment or tremors, had registered a sudden and localized depression in the ocean floor. A displacement 3 meters deep and nearly 200 meters long appeared and then disappeared in less than 12 hours. There was no earthquake, no landslide, no underwater drilling, just a brief indentation, like something immense had rested there, and then moved on. It would be easy, perhaps even comforting, to chalk this up to coincidence. The sea is full of data glitches. Sonar can lie. The ocean floor shifts. But when paired with the fact that hydrophones in the same area, placed to monitor whale migration, recorded a strange, low-frequency silence in the moments just before the June 5th anomaly, the mystery deepens. Not a sound, not ambient currents, not distant whale calls, not geological hum, just silence, as if the ocean itself had paused, and then, after 91 seconds, resumed. For the next decade, nothing else was detected, or at least nothing was shared. But in 2015, during a multinational naval training exercise codenamed Trident Curtain, a British survey ship equipped with an experimental sonar system registered what they described in internal logs as a shadow mass. Again, in Grid 5C. Again, without any accompanying acoustic footprint. But this time, the ship's magnetic anomaly detector, a device meant to track fluctuations in the Earth's magnetic field caused by submarine activity, spiked sharply. The anomaly lasted less than 2 minutes. The magnetic field returned to normal. But a technician aboard the vessel reportedly described the experience as feeling the floor tilt. Not the ocean floor, the ship itself. As if something below had shifted the density of water, not physically, but gravitationally, creating a momentary, imperceptible imbalance. That description was later retracted in official reports. The technician was reassigned, but the logs remain, and the question has never been answered. What is moving beneath the Bermuda abyss? Not swimming, not migrating, moving, and doing so in ways that leave no wake, emit no sound, and affect both sonar and magnetic fields simultaneously. To understand how such a thing could even be possible, we need to look more closely at the Puerto Rico Trench itself. Unlike the well-defined Mariana Trench, the Puerto Rico Trench is a chaotic convergence of geological forces. It marks the boundary between the North American Plate and the Caribbean Plate. Two slabs of Earth's crust grinding past each other in a complex dance of subduction and transform motion. This creates a trench over 5 miles deep, one of the most dangerous seismic zones in the Atlantic. Earthquakes here are not just frequent, they are violent, sudden, and deeply mysterious. In 1918, a devastating quake struck the region, followed by a tsunami that left hundreds dead along the coast of Puerto Rico. Seismologists studying the event noted that the quake's epicenter was unusually shallow, and that its wave behavior didn't fully match known patterns. Some believe the trench may conceal large voids, caverns within the crust, created by the unusual tectonic folding. If that's true, it would mean that the Puerto Rico Trench is not just a scar in the seafloor, but a doorway. To what exactly remains unknown. Could a massive creature, ancient, slow, and utterly unlike any species we know, exist within such a space? Marine biologists are hesitant to speculate. The deeper ocean zones are notoriously difficult to study, lightless, pressurized, unyielding, and yet life exists there. Gigantic squid, oarfish longer than limousines, transparent predators, even entire ecosystems thriving around hydrothermal vents, in total darkness, without sunlight. But nothing. The size of a cruise ship. That's the problem. Biology tells us that oxygen availability, pressure resistance, and food supply all limit the size of deep-sea organisms. There's a reason blue whales, the largest known animals on Earth, stay near the surface. They need to breathe. They need to feed. They need light. Whatever this is, does not. It is not bound by those limits, which leads us to stranger ideas. Some researchers in fringe oceanography, a small but persistent community, believe that the ocean's deepest regions may not be natural at all, that they could be the remnants of ancient impact sites, or even something older, structures. One retired naval analyst, publishing under a pseudonym in a 2017 journal now scrubbed from public archives, posited that the trench patterns around Grid 5C showed symmetrical deformation suggestive of extrusion rather than erosion. In simpler terms, something came out, not fell in, not carved by pressure, but emerged. He also noted the existence of deep water anomalies in the area, places where temperature, salinity, and density do not align with expected oceanographic models. Localized pockets where the rules of water behave differently. He called them null zones, and suggested that in these zones, sound dies, just like it did on June 5th. Mainstream science dismissed the theory. The journal was discredited, but the data, what little of it remains, is compelling. So if it's not a creature, not a geological anomaly, and not a ship, then what is it? One possibility, whispered but rarely published, is that we are witnessing an artifact, not of human origin, not recent, but something buried long ago, something that perhaps was never meant to rise. The ancient flood myths of many Atlantic cultures, from the Taino to the Carib to the even older Arawak tales, speak of a sleeping island beneath the sea, not sunken, not destroyed, just waiting. Some call it a god, others a Leviathan, but always it is described as motionless until it is not. And when it moves, the sea changes. Currents shift, birds disappear, storms veer off course. Data collected from weather buoys along the Bermuda perimeter in the week following the June 5th incident show an unusual drift pattern in low-level clouds, a kind of micro-shear. barely detectable, but real. Something deep beneath the sea was distorting the air above, only slightly, but enough, as if exhaling. And that brings us back to the idea posed in the last segment. What if the Earth is not entirely stone? What if, beneath all tectonics, all rock, all sediment, there is something else, something older, something living, something sleeping? And what if it is starting to wake? The Bermuda Abyss entity remains unconfirmed. No image, no sample, no official record. Only 3 sonar returns, a brief magnetic spike, a vanished depression in the trench, and the silence. But perhaps the absence of sound is the loudest message of all. Whatever moved beneath the Puerto Rico Trench on June 5th, 2003, was not a whale, not a current, not a sub. It was something else, something too large to ignore, too quiet to track, and too strange to classify. And it is still down there, waiting, watching, perhaps even listening. And one day, it may rise again. Not all giants announce themselves with roars. Some come in silence and leave only a question behind. What sleeps in the Bermuda Abyss? And when it moves again, will we even notice before it's too late? Story 11. The Colossal Squid's Riddle. From the quiet depths beneath the Bermuda Triangle to the shape that moved without wake or sound, the entity we just explored reminded us that some giants do not roar. They drift, slow, silent, and yet impossibly vast. But not all deep-sea riddles begin with something invisible. Some begin with a body, not a myth, not a shadow, but a creature science has physically held and still doesn't understand. The colossal squid is not a legend whispered by sailors. It is not folklore stitched into nautical maps. It is real. Its beak rests in museums. Its eyes, the largest of any known animal, have been preserved in jars. Its tentacles have left scars across the flesh of whales. And still, we have never seen it alive. Not in its own world. Not in motion, not in pursuit. Every encounter with this creature has begun after its death. A floating corpse dredged from the cold below, already stilled. And every specimen tells us the same thing. There is more we don't know than we do. Because for a creature that has been measured, weighed, dissected, it remains unnervingly elusive. Its limbs suggest power. Its biology suggests intelligence. Its scarcity suggests secrecy. And for every question answered by its remains, 10 more rise in its place. Why have we never seen one hunt? Why have no deep cameras captured it in motion? And why do some whale carcasses show suction scars, larger than what even the colossal squid should be capable of? Is the colossal squid the end of this story? Or the beginning? This is the riddle that remains. The Southern Ocean encircling Antarctica is unlike any other on Earth. Remote, storm-racked, and brutally cold, it is one of the least accessible regions on the planet. Its waters are driven by the Antarctic Circumpolar Current, a vast conveyor belt that keeps warm northern currents at bay, forming a kind of rotating fortress around the icy continent. Within this isolating gyre lies an abyss of life and of mystery. Here, beneath the churning black swells, colossal squid glide in silence. We think no one has ever seen one alive in its natural habitat. The first hints of its existence came not from sight, but from the stomachs of whales. Sperm whales, the deep-diving leviathans of the Southern Ocean, returned to the surface with strange wounds carved into their flesh. Massive circular scars lined with overlapping impressions, as if made by rotating blades or toothed plungers. The marks are too large to be from any known squid, except perhaps one. And sometimes, when whales are hunted or stranded, scientists find beaks in their stomachs. Not the small chitinous jaws of common squid, but immense parrot-like beaks the size of a man's hand, darkened with age and chemical hardening. Each of these beaks corresponds to a species that, at first, no one could identify. Then, in 1925, the first pieces began to surface. A pair of colossal squid arms were recovered from a sperm whale caught near the Falkland Islands. These arms were unlike those of the already famous giant squid. For one, they were shorter, but far thicker, more muscular, and most terrifying of all. Instead of simple suckers, they bore swiveling, toothed hooks, rotating hooks. Even in death, they looked like weapons designed not just to capture, but to wound, to latch and shred. The creature they came from was named Mesonicoteuthis hamiltoni. Today, we call it the colossal squid. Unlike the giant squid, which is longer and more slender, the colossal squid is built like a tank, heavier, tougher, with a body designed to resist pressure and crush prey. But for decades, we only knew it from pieces. Fragments pulled from whale guts, scraps found floating in the sea. The whole animal remained unseen. That changed in 2003, when a Russian trawler fishing for Antarctic toothfish hauled in something that should not have been there. A young female colossal squid. It was far from full grown, but even in its immature state, it measured over 5 meters long and weighed nearly 300 pounds. Its body glistened with an oily sheen. Its arms were lined with those same terrifying hooks. And its eyes were larger than any seen on Earth. Each eye was over 10 inches across, roughly the size of a dinner plate. These were not just big eyes, they were perfect eyes, optimized for detecting bioluminescence in pitch-black water. Capable, perhaps, of spotting whales approaching from hundreds of meters away. A predator with eyes that could see in the dark like a god. When news of the catch broke, it sent a ripple through the scientific community. But the squid didn't survive. It had been damaged by the net and frozen soon after. It would not be the last. In 2007, another squid, this time a full-grown adult, was caught near the Ross Sea. The fishing vessel San Aspiring brought up a creature that defied belief. Weighing in at over 1,000 pounds and stretching more than 14 feet long, this colossal squid was the largest intact specimen ever recorded. And once again, it was dead. Scientists rushed to preserve it. It was eventually thawed and examined at New Zealand's National Museum, Te Papa, where a team of biologists and marine specialists spent hours documenting its anatomy. And what they found was both incredible and baffling. First, the hooks. Unlike the giant squid, which possesses suction cups with serrated rings, the colossal squid has swiveling hooks mounted on muscular stalks. Some hooks have sharp points. Others have 3 claws, like grappling devices. These hooks rotate. No one is entirely sure how. Muscles embedded in the arm tissue seem to allow the hook base to twist and spin, giving the squid a terrifying grip on anything it catches. Second, the mantle, the main body, was filled with thick, dense flesh. Unlike its more slender cousins, the colossal squid seems adapted for ambush rather than pursuit. It doesn't swim fast. It lurks, waiting, conserving energy in the icy waters. Its metabolism, scientists believe, is among the slowest of any cephalopod. Its flesh is loaded with ammonia-rich fluids to maintain buoyancy without muscular effort. It floats nearly motionless, invisible, until it strikes. Then there are the eyes, larger than any in the animal kingdom. Not proportionally, absolutely. With eyes this large, the squid can detect faint flashes of light, like the bioluminescence of disturbed plankton, triggered by nearby motion. A passing fish, a swimming whale, or perhaps another squid. Some theorize the colossal squid uses its eyes not to hunt, but to avoid being hunted. Its only natural predator is the sperm whale. In the eternal darkness of the Southern Ocean, eyes this large may offer a crucial edge, a way to detect the approach of danger long before sound or vibration can reach it. But here's where the mystery deepens. Despite being the largest known invertebrate in mass, the colossal squid has almost never been observed alive. Not in motion, not in video, not in the wild. Only a few blurry clips exist, most of them brief encounters with injured individuals near the surface. One video, captured by Russian fishermen, shows a struggling squid latching onto a netted fish. It appears sluggish, disoriented, the kind of behavior expected from a deep-sea creature thrust into the wrong world. We've never seen it in its element. We don't know how it mates, how it moves, how it hunts. We don't even know how large it truly gets. The largest measured specimen was over 1,000 pounds. But estimates based on beak size recovered from whale stomachs suggest individuals may grow significantly larger. One such beak, found inside a sperm whale caught decades ago, belonged to a squid at least 2,000 pounds in weight. That would make it the largest cephalopod ever recorded, and possibly the largest predator in the ocean without a backbone. So why haven't we seen it alive? Why is the colossal squid, a creature so large, so real, still hidden? Part of the answer lies in the depths it calls home. The Southern Ocean is hostile to exploration. Icebergs, sub-zero temperatures, constant storms. Most submersible deployments have focused elsewhere, in more accessible waters. And unlike the giant squid, which may occasionally venture into shallower currents, the colossal squid appears to be a creature of depth. Perhaps even more elusive is its behavior. It may spend most of its life drifting passively in darkness, conserving energy, waiting, a ghost in the cold. And unlike active predators, it may rarely need to move. Its meals may be slow-moving fish or other squid, ambushed, immobilized, consumed. Its life may be one of stillness, a 1,000-pound shadow suspended in blackness. This raises another question. How many are there? We don't know. Estimates vary wildly. Some scientists believe they are relatively rare, and that whale stomachs only occasionally turn up their remains by chance. Others think they are far more common, but simply unseen. A 2015 study on sperm whale diets found that beaks from colossal squid were a frequent component of their stomach contents. If sperm whales routinely hunt colossal squid, it would suggest that Mesonychoteuthis is not just an occasional anomaly, but a significant part of the deep-sea food web. This, in turn, implies a population far larger than we ever imagined. First, the hooks. Unlike the giant squid, which possesses suction cups with serrated rings, the colossal squid has swiveling hooks mounted on muscular stalks. Some hooks have sharp points. Others have 3 claws, like grappling devices. These hooks rotate. No one is entirely sure how. Muscles embedded in the arm tissue seem to allow the hook base to twist and spin, giving the squid a terrifying grip on anything it catches. Second, the mantle, the main body, was filled with thick, dense flesh. Unlike its more slender cousins, the colossal squid seems adapted for ambush rather than pursuit. It doesn't swim fast. It lurks, waiting, conserving energy in the icy waters. Its metabolism. There's another possibility, one that scientists hesitate to mention, but that haunts the edges of this story. What if the colossal squid is not the top of its lineage? What if it is prey to something even larger? Some researchers have pointed out that the largest scars found on sperm whales are too big for even a full-grown colossal squid. That the suction marks suggest a squid with limbs over 50 feet long. And while no such creature has ever been caught, the logic is compelling. If colossal squid exist, undiscovered for so long, could their ancestors or relatives have evolved even greater sizes? Could the ocean still hide something larger? Something no net has ever reached? Some suggest the deep sea may host multiple large squid species and that Mesonicoteuthis is just the one we happened to catch. Others wonder if climate change, shifting currents, or human activity may push these creatures closer to the surface. And when they do, we might finally see what the ocean has been keeping from us. But for now, the colossal squid remains a symbol, a paradox. It is both known and unknown, measured but never observed. It is real, but only in death. And that perhaps is what makes it so haunting. It is the embodiment of the deep sea itself, silent, powerful, elusive. Its hooks glisten with design, its eyes shine with ancient precision, and its body drifts through darkness, seen only when it is too late. Perhaps, somewhere beneath the Antarctic twilight, it watches, from a distance, from a depth we have yet to reach, waiting for the light to go away, so it can rise and be seen, or not. Story 12. The Leviathan Echo in the Weddell Sea. From the abyssal shadows surrounding the colossal squid, a creature so real, so measured, yet so unseen, we now journey deeper. Not into biology, but into echoes, into something not caught by net or lens, but by sound, a vibration, a sonar return, a shape that should not have been there. It was late March of 2021 when a scientific research vessel operated by the Alfred Wegener Institute was deployed to the Weddell Sea, an icy, rarely traversed sector of the Southern Ocean, bordered on one side by the frozen continent of Antarctica. This was not a commercial expedition. The ship carried no tourists, no film crews, no salvage teams, only scientists. The mission was simple in theory: map and monitor the sea ice conditions and glacial melt patterns around the eastern edge of the Weddell Gyre. This was part of a broader, multi-year international collaboration to study how polar currents shift with climate change, how ice shelves collapse, and what new passages or ecosystems might emerge beneath. The ship itself was the RV Polarstern, a seasoned icebreaker with a reinforced hull, specialized labs, and a rotating crew of climatologists, marine biologists, and oceanographers. These were not men and women prone to exaggeration. The data they gathered informed global models. They had been at sea for 19 days. At 3:17 in the morning, under near total darkness and with the aurora dimming behind cloud, an automated sonar sweep passed under the eastern shelf of Larsen D, a region notoriously difficult to scan due to its complex underwater formations and shifting plates of fast ice. The sweep was routine, until it wasn't. On the ship's display, A mass appeared, a shape, moving, and impossibly large. Its silhouette occupied an estimated 120 meters in length, a size unheard of for any known biological organism. Even the blue whale, Earth's largest confirmed animal, rarely exceeds 30 meters. This was 4 times that. But this wasn't a distant sonar ghost. It wasn't a scattering of fish schools misinterpreted by equipment. The return was clean, consistent. It cast a shadow across the seafloor, a long, undulating outline that displaced water, rippled sediment, and then vanished. No distress was sounded. No emergency was declared. Just silence. The crew reviewed the data again and again. At first, they assumed a glitch, a phantom return caused by a sudden temperature shift. But the temperature had remained constant. Others wondered if an iceberg had detached below the surface, but that too proved unlikely. Icebergs do not move like this. They do not undulate. The signal, what came to be known internally as Event Echo 9X, showed movement, coordinated movement, a breathing pattern. It moved forward, then slightly down, dipping beneath a narrow subglacial canyon known as Channel 7G. The formation was deep, narrow, surrounded by sheer vertical rises of sediment and ancient ice. Whatever had entered it did not re-emerge. The channel was a known dead end in prior maps, a trench within a trench, no outlet. Yet the mass disappeared, and the sonar returned to normal. Some dismissed the anomaly, a singular blip in otherwise stable data, but others on board did not. Because this wasn't the first time something had been heard or felt in these waters. In fact, it had a name. They called it the Leviathan Echo. The Weddell Sea is not often visited. Its ice conditions are some of the most brutal on Earth. Storms gather here with little warning. The ice flows can stretch hundreds of miles, blocking ships for weeks. Satellite coverage is sporadic due to polar orbital gaps. It is, in many ways, one of the most isolated stretches of ocean on the planet. But that isolation has not kept it quiet. As early as the 1990s, hydrophones placed near the Filchner ice shelf picked up low-frequency pulses that didn't match any known animal or geological process. At first, scientists believed these were caused by subglacial calving events, huge pieces of ice breaking away beneath the surface. But the patterns were too rhythmic, too deliberate. Every few years, a new pulse would be detected, always in the same approximate region, always deep, always mobile, and always temporary. The Leviathan Echo, as it came to be known in informal circles, wasn't a sound, not entirely. It was a movement within sound, a displacement, as if something enormous had passed by in the distance, bending the acoustic field around it. Some described it like a whale song without the song, a void where sound should be. Others likened it to the shadow of a mountain moving underwater. In 2003, during a separate expedition, a British research vessel noted a sudden spike in acoustic interference just south of where Event Echo 9X would later be recorded. The data was inconclusive. The interference lasted less than 90 seconds, but the vessel reported unusual equipment disruptions afterward. Magnetic field inconsistencies, sonar drift. A faint tremor felt across the hull. They attributed it to shifting ice mass, pressure ridges, a mundane explanation for a strange occurrence. But whispers began to spread. Marine biologists on the polar stern recalled stories shared over campfires at remote Arctic stations, tales of things glimpsed in the distance. A shape moving beneath the ice, a rhythm, a presence, and always the stories ended the same way, with nothing found, nothing proven, until 2021. The sonar return recorded in the Larsen D sector was unlike any before it. The sheer scale alone made it statistically impossible to ignore. It wasn't just the size, it was the clarity, the pattern. The anomaly showed segmentation. That was the most unnerving detail of all. On high-resolution analysis, the silhouette appeared to contain multiple symmetrical lobes, like the body of an elongated creature with dorsal ridges or undulating flukes. Some speculated tentacles, others a series of massive fins. But there was no mistaking it. The shape was organic. And then there was the pulse. 15 seconds after the shape disappeared into Channel 7G, a low-frequency reverberation swept through the water, lasting just under 4 seconds. The pressure wave was picked up by both the ship's primary hydrophone array and its backup system. It was not geological, it was directional, a final echo. Then, nothing. The polar stern remained on site for an additional 6 days, performing repeated sweeps. Nothing else appeared. No movement, no pulse. The trench was quiet, as if whatever had passed through had already gone far beyond the reach of instruments. The official report, later filed by the Institute, referred to the event as an unidentified mass displacement and suggested glacial acoustic irregularity as the most likely cause. Internally, however, the tone was different. Several researchers requested their names be omitted from any published analysis. Others admitted privately that they had never seen anything like it. And beneath those clinical memos, questions persisted. What kind of animal could grow to such a size and remain undetected in modern times? How could it survive in such extreme cold? And why had it chosen that precise moment, in the dead of polar night, to rise just enough for sonar to catch a glimpse? There are theories. Of course there are. Some point to gigantism in polar species. In extreme cold, certain invertebrates and deep-sea organisms grow to immense sizes due to increased oxygen saturation and slowed metabolism. The phenomenon is well documented in Antarctic amphipods and isopods, but those are creatures the size of dinner plates, not buses. Still, proponents argue that if evolution favored size as an adaptation for surviving crushing depths and frigid water, then perhaps something has been growing out of sight. Something that only rarely surfaces. Something that has adapted to move with the thermohaline currents like a whale rides a wave. Other theories drift into darker waters. Some believe that the creature is not a relic of natural evolution, but something older, something left behind. They reference oral traditions from indigenous groups in Tierra del Fuego and the southern tips of Patagonia. Stories of sea giants, of deep ones that moved beneath the ice. Myths tell of long-bodied spirits that slept under glaciers, only waking when disturbed by noise or steel. One story, passed down by the Yagan people, speaks of a time when the sea grew still and a mountain rose from the water, breathing mist. Those who saw it did not return. They say the mist whispered names. Of course, these are just stories, but stories have roots, and the Leviathan echo continues to appear, sporadically, without pattern. In 2023, another low-frequency pulse was detected near the southern edge of Berkner Island. It was fainter, less distinct, but similar in shape and tone. It lasted just 2 seconds. Some dismissed it as an underwater landslide. Others weren't so sure, because with it came another reading, a brief, curved shadow, 120 meters, then gone. What are we hearing beneath Antarctica's frozen surface? Is it merely ice? Rock? The ghost of sonar returns bouncing off unfamiliar geology? Or is it something more? Something alive? The ocean is a master of hiding things. It absorbs light, muffles sound, buries evidence beneath silt and pressure and time. We have mapped Mars more thoroughly than our own seafloor, and the Southern Ocean, particularly the Weddell Sea, is among the least explored regions of all. Could something truly enormous reside there? Something that rises only when it must? We cannot say. But for those who were aboard the Polar Stern in 2021, the question no longer feels rhetorical. They saw the shape, they heard the echo, and sometimes, in the quiet hum of the ship's engine, they thought they felt it, a low tremor beneath the hull, as if something massive had passed below without touching. A presence, the Leviathan echo, not a sighting, not a capture, just a whisper, a profile, a glimpse of something too large to believe. And now that we have heard it once, we will be listening for it again. But not all echoes return. Story 13. The Ganges Trench Giant. Not all echoes return. Some leave no trail, no signal, no proof they were ever there at all. But now and then, in the right conditions, in just the right stretch of water, something stirs. Not with noise, not with violence, but with presence. Not in the crushing black of the Weddell Sea, but in the heavy, warm churn of the Indian Ocean. Thousands of miles from Antarctica, the sea takes on a different mood. Not colder, but heavier. It feels older somehow, closer to myth than ice. Here, between India and Bangladesh, the water carries stories not passed down in logs or mission reports, but in memory, in song, in warnings whispered to fishermen who refuse to set sail when the wind turns strange. And it's here, in the submerged floodplains of the Ganges, that a different kind of giant waits. Not a known creature, not a discovered fossil, just a shape, a movement, a silence that bends sonar. This is the mystery of the Ganges Trench Giant. It begins not in the middle of the sea, but on land, in the humid chaos of the Indian subcontinent, where rivers twist like veins through fields and jungles, and eventually spill into the Bay of Bengal. The Ganges River is not just a body of water here. It is life. It is death. It is sacred. It is feared. It has moods of its own. Where it ends, far from the temples and markets upriver, it empties into the largest submarine fan on Earth. The Ganges fan, or Bengal fan, stretches across more than 1,000 miles of seafloor. Created over tens of millions of years by the slow, grinding uplift of the Himalayas, it is a vast delta of mud and silt that fans out beneath the ocean's surface like a buried continent. A place where sediment from the mountains collects in thick, ghost-colored layers, each one a forgotten century. And beneath those layers lies something we don't understand. Fishermen who work the outer edges of the Ganges Delta, especially in the deeper waters off Odisha and the Sundarbans, have spoken of it for generations. But they do not name it, not directly. They speak instead of the long shadow, or the current that moves against the wind. They speak of nets torn without struggle, of schools of fish vanishing not in bursts, but in total silence, and of sonar shapes, long, low, slow-moving, that appear once and then never again. Most curiously, they speak of storms. Not every cyclone, not every seasonal churn, but specific ones. The ones that arrive too early or stay too long. These are said to wake it. When the pressure drops and the water thickens with sky, something stirs beneath the fan. Not toward the surface, but along it. A gliding shadow, too long to track. A tremor that doesn't shake the boat but seems to breathe beneath it. And in rare moments, during the quiet eye of the storm, when the wind dies and the sky glows pale and swollen, some claim to have seen it. Not clearly, not in shape, but in outline. A ripple that isn't wind. A hump that moves as if it's made of land, not flesh. One captain, now long retired, described it like this: "It rose without rising. It turned the sea slow. My radio died. My compass swung north, then west. The men saw nothing, but they felt it. You can't fake that kind of fear. Not out there." Most dismiss these stories as folklore, storm-addled nerves, fishing failures dressed up as fable. But in the last 2 decades, something changed, and it came not from the sea, but from the sky. In 2005, a joint marine research mission from India and Japan deployed a series of satellite-linked ocean buoys and autonomous sonar floats across the Bay of Bengal. Their goal was simple: to improve early warning systems for cyclones by better mapping ocean floor currents and seafloor morphology, particularly near the fan. Most of the data was predictable, until it wasn't. Over the course of 7 years, researchers began to notice anomalies in a specific stretch of the fan, a region near 16 degrees north, 85 degrees east, just east of the Indian continental shelf. It was a zone marked by curious sediment disruptions and sudden sonar dropouts. Not an absence of signal, but the opposite, a distortion. Imagine shining a flashlight into clear water and suddenly the beam bends away. Not because of depth, but because something vast and moving warped its path. The data showed what one researcher called an organized incoherence. Long, narrow sonar returns that should have indicated a trench or escarpment. But bathymetric maps showed nothing. The sea floor in that region was smooth, featureless, yet the shadow remained. In 2013, a new float registered something stranger. Over a period of 47 minutes during a Category 2 cyclone, it detected a moving low-frequency vibration along the ocean bottom. Not tectonic, not storm-related. A rhythmic pulse, almost like breathing. At first it was dismissed as mechanical interference. Then 2 other buoys, kilometers apart, picked up the same pattern, delayed but identical in frequency. And then, nothing. No recurrence, no explanation, just a ripple of pressure recorded by machines. And silence. It was only after the 2017 Cyclone Mora, when a 4th float recorded a similar vibration and a momentary sonar void nearly 180 meters long, that researchers began to compare these signatures with historical naval data. What they found was unexpected. In 1974, during a Cold War-era Indian Navy sonar test in the same region, technicians logged a shadow bleed across the lower band sonar spectrum. It was ignored at the time, attributed to equipment drift caused by undersea silt. But the signature matched the modern recordings. All of them, down to the second decimal. Something had passed beneath those ships, something with mass, something that didn't reflect sonar, but bent it. Still, official reports stayed cautious. Oceanic ducting, deep sound channels, mudslide acoustics. The explanations were complicated, plausible, and empty. But in coastal villages along the Fan, the stories were already older. In the fishing village of Thalassery, a mural was uncovered in 2019 during repairs to a storm-damaged wall. It had been painted decades ago, maybe longer, and showed a series of long looping ridges rising from the sea. Not like waves, but like the back of something alive. Between them, a boat, tilted, small. In the corner, barely visible, a red spiral painted inside a black circle, a symbol found in local folklore, said to represent the eye of the sleeping one. Most outsiders dismissed the image as abstract or poetic, but to those who worked the water, it was a warning. "Never sail when the sea watches back," one fisherman said, "when the sky is quiet, but the deep is not." And this wasn't just metaphor. Several times in the last 30 years, fishing vessels have gone missing during storms in that same region. Not dozens, not hundreds, but enough to draw notice, enough to whisper about. In most cases, the losses were written off to weather, which, in that part of the world, is often unforgiving. But what caught researchers' attention was the equipment left behind. GPS units recovered from some of the wrecked hulls showed course deviations not consistent with drift, but with sudden, rapid directional shifts, like the boats had turned hard or been pulled. And the net damage, when nets were recovered at all, was equally odd, not torn by rocks or shredded by tension, but cleanly sliced, inward, as if something had passed through them. One net, preserved in a maritime museum in Visakhapatnam, shows a seam nearly 6 meters wide. The fibers are frayed in a way that suggests speed, as if the net had been hit not from above, but from below, and by something moving too quickly to stop. To this day, the Indian Ocean remains one of the least acoustically mapped seas on Earth. Its depth, its sediment, and its often hostile weather make consistent tracking difficult. But in 2021, a deep-sea ROV launched from a research vessel recorded something unexpected while surveying the lower fan. A shadow. It lasted only 19 seconds. The ROV had been capturing footage of sediment ridges when, without warning, its lights flickered. Not from damage, but from power fluctuation. And in the moment the lights dimmed, a portion of the feed went black. Not because the ROV turned, because something passed between it and the surface. Later, analysis showed the blacked-out section was not a camera failure. It was obstruction, and it was moving. Frame by frame, researchers traced the edge of a shape, massive, slow, featureless, crossing the upper frame and vanishing into the dark. They tried to reconstruct it in 3D. What they found was not a creature they could name. No fin, no fluke, no outline consistent with whales or sharks or rays. Only this, a form, low, long, with a curvature like a ridge or a spine. And then it was gone. Some believe it's a trick of sediment, a ghost echo. Others point to tectonic gas pockets, great bubbling voids beneath the fan, long known to shift the terrain during storms. Perhaps these pulses and shadows are just the Earth exhaling, but others, quietly, without publishing papers or official findings, wonder if something old awaits beneath the fan. Something from the time before ice, before bone. One retired geologist called it a relic of warmth, not a predator, not a ghost, but something else entirely. Something the planet forgot, but that the water did not. There are even fringe researchers, unaccredited, often dismissed, who suggest that the Ganges fan may hide one of Earth's last unknown megafauna habitats. That deep within the mud and folded pressure ridges, there might be tunnels or trenches, ancient escape routes from extinction, like the lava tubes of terrestrial reptiles. And during storms, when the pressure changes and the sea grows restless, the giants move, not far, not up, just enough to be felt, just enough to leave a trace that isn't quite proof, but isn't nothing. Of course, none of this is conclusive. There are no bones, no teeth, no carcass, just radar voids, frayed nets, and stories. But sometimes, in the space between data and myth, something lingers. something that moves only when the world is looking the other way. The fishermen still sail, but not during storms. The scientists still study, but rarely in that exact place. And somewhere, beneath the Ganges fan, something waits. It does not roar. It does not breach. It does not call. It glides. It listens. And it returns only when the sky screams loud enough to cover its passage. The sea will not tell us what it is, but the current remembers, and the shape still moves. The Ganges trench giant, seen only in ripple, felt only in fear, and mapped only by accident, remains one of the deepest mysteries of the Indian Ocean. Not proven, not disproven, only not gone. And the next time a cyclone swells off the coast, we may see its shadow again. If we're lucky, that's all we'll see. Story 14. The Abyss Eyes of the East Pacific Rise. From the shadowed trenches of the Ganges fan, where legends speak of a silent giant that moves only when storms rage loud enough to hide its rise, we now drift eastward, across thousands of miles of shifting seabed and undersea ridges, through waters warmed by fault lines and torn by tectonic force. We arrive at a very different frontier. One not shaped by the rise of something seen, but by the stare of something unseen. It does not shimmer. It does not scream. It watches. Or so the data seems to whisper. For years now, strange sonar readings have been recorded along the East Pacific Rise, a vast underwater volcanic ridge that runs from the Gulf of California down to the icy latitudes near Antarctica. Among these readings, some are merely unusual, some are likely errors, but a few, a very specific few, have returned something else entirely. Twin anomalies, two echoes side by side, circular, symmetrical, reflective, then gone. Sometimes they blink, once, twice, no movement, no trace, just a signal that shouldn't exist, and the sensation, impossible to explain, that something is there, waiting. These are the Abyss Eyes of the East Pacific Rise, and no one knows what they are. The East Pacific Rise is one of the fastest spreading mid-ocean ridges on Earth, a place where new seafloor is born in slow motion. Here, the crust is stretched, split, and remade. It is a violent, restless seam in the fabric of the Earth, driven by deep heat and subterranean hunger. And like most underwater ridges, it lies mostly forgotten by the surface world, far from shipping lanes, far from the shimmer of coastlines, hidden beneath thousands of meters of salt water and silence. But in the 1980s, marine researchers began mapping this region in earnest, not for mystery, but for science. They were studying hydrothermal vents, black smokers and superheated chimneys that belched mineral-rich water into the cold darkness. These vents, they discovered, were teeming with life. Strange tube worms, blind crustaceans, and ecosystems fueled not by sunlight, but by chemical reactions. It was one of the most profound discoveries of the century. But even then, even in those early days, the sonar data occasionally returned something strange. Two dots, circular, reflective, hovering, then gone. Too symmetrical to be rock, too stable to be sediment. At first, it was dismissed. Instrument error, artifact, noise. But it kept happening. Not often, not everywhere. Only in specific stretches of the ridge. Long, deep troughs where the spreading seafloor forms steep walls and echo-rich voids, always in pairs. And sometimes they blinked. Not in the way light blinks, but in the way sonar does when something occludes and then reveals, like a lid closing over a surface, like an eye. At first, researchers kept the reports internal, not out of secrecy, but uncertainty. What do you do with data you cannot explain? The logs describe it plainly. Echo return suggests symmetrical objects, 3 to 5 meters in separation, static orientation, duration 1.7 seconds, disappearance without lateral movement. They labeled it an anomaly and moved on. But the ocean did not. In 1991, a deep-sea survey vessel working with NOAA mapped a segment near 12 degrees north, a particularly active volcanic fissure known for frequent venting and tectonic rifts. Their sonar arrays swept through the region again and again, searching for changes in topography. And again, they found the eyes. Not just once, 6 times, 6 passes, same location, 2 spots, always side by side. No shape, no mass, just 2 highly reflective returns. Then, on the 7th pass, nothing, gone, as if they'd never been there. At that point, the team began to ask deeper questions. What exactly reflects sonar like that? The sea is full of oddities, gas bubbles, metal debris, even whales. But most returns come with context. Movement, wake, distortion. These did not. They were precise, almost deliberate. Further attempts to replicate the phenomenon failed. Future surveys, months later, showed nothing. Until 1994, another pair of eyes, this time at 9 degrees north. New site, new expedition. Same result. They blinked once, then vanished. Somewhere along the way, the anomaly gained a name, first in crew slang, then in the logs. The eyes, not a creature, not a threat, just the eyes. By the early 2000s, several more sightings had been quietly logged, all along the East Pacific Rise. Always twin echoes, always untraceable. But it wasn't until 2009 that something changed. That year, a multinational expedition outfitted a robotic submersible with ultra-high-frequency imaging sonar, capable of capturing minute detail in low-vis environments. The goal was to map vent formations. But halfway through the dive, the sub reported a brief telemetry hiccup. Just a flicker, a delay in sonar sync, and in the resulting data frame, there they were. 2 concentric circles, highly defined, each no more than a meter across. They appeared, then dimmed. Not drifted, not moved. Dimmed, as if closing, but nothing else was seen. The camera feed showed only dark water and haze. No movement, no reflection. Only the sonar saw them. When the team reviewed the data, they found something else. The circles had surface textures, not just flat reflectors. They had variants, ridges, micro-contours, like iris patterns, like something biological. The term eyes was no longer metaphor. And from there, the theories began. Some believe the anomalies are simply acoustic shadows, a trick of the sonar, reflecting from the inside curve of undersea arches or overlapping vent formations. The ocean, after all, is a master of distortion. In the dark, with sound instead of light, a shrimp can sound like thunder. A flatfish can echo like steel. But others are less convinced. Dr. Marta Yellen, a marine acoustics expert who reviewed the 2009 dive, noted that the reflective patterns were too clean, too coherent, and too specific in symmetry to be geological. The sonar, she wrote, is telling us something is there, and whatever it is, it's facing us. She wasn't alone. Throughout the 2010s, several independent expeditions began quietly reviewing old sonar archives from East Pacific Ridge studies. The anomalies were sparse, Perhaps one in every few hundred hours of scan data, but consistent, paired, stationary, and gone without motion. What they lacked in frequency, they made up for in specificity. One marine geophysicist described it as the ocean equivalent of staring into the brush and seeing two animal eyes glow, just before they vanish. But what kind of animal stares back without ever surfacing? What kind of creature lingers at vent depth, near boiling water and shifting stone? Some proposed a deep ocean organism with highly reflective ocular structures, possibly biological sonar mirrors, like those found in some cephalopods and fish. Evolution in the abyss has produced stranger things. After all, the barrel-eye fish has a transparent head. The giant squid sees in near pitch black. Why not something else, watching back? Still, no physical trace has ever been recovered. No camera has captured them. No light has touched them. Only sonar. Always sonar. And only in a few scattered ridges between the equator and 20 degrees south. But the most unsettling report came in 2017. A deep-tow sonar array operated by a private energy consortium, mapping a section of the ridge for geothermal potential, recorded a different kind of anomaly. Not two eyes, four, two sets, at opposite ends of the screen. As if something massive, unseen, had drifted just beyond the sonar's full range. Each pair blinked once, then nothing. And in the final seconds before the anomaly disappeared, a sudden drop in sound pressure was recorded, as if something large had displaced the water column. But still, no shape, just absence. One crew member described it simply. It felt like being watched, not imagined, measured. Since then, the sonar echoes have continued, rare, erratic, and impossible to predict. Some scientists are skeptical. They point out that without visual confirmation, all of this could be a case of misinterpreted data. The sea is noisy, complex, and sonar artifacts are notoriously misleading. But for those who have seen the raw returns, the perfect symmetry, the sudden blink, the eerie quiet afterward, it is hard to dismiss. Especially when it keeps happening, especially when it's always in pairs, and especially when they never move. Which raises the question no one wants to ask. What if they don't have to? What if they are not swimming toward us, but waiting for us, watching, measuring, learning? Could there be an intelligent species adapted to total darkness that evolved not to chase, but to observe? Biologists have long speculated that some deep-sea predators rely more on vibration and current than light or motion. Some jellyfish pulse to lure prey. Some cephalopods camouflage by texture, not color. But this would be different, not reactive, intentional. The stare of something that knows it's hidden, that knows how to stay just outside of light, just outside of certainty, and perhaps prefers it that way. A few fringe researchers have proposed something even more provocative, that the eyes are not biological at all, but synthetic, artificial, perhaps remnants of an ancient deep ocean probe, a machine left behind by a civilization long gone or never seen. The idea seems absurd, but in 2020, during an autonomous vehicle test dive, a small metallic object was recovered from a seafloor crevice near 14 degrees south, roughly spherical, about the size of a grapefruit, heavily corroded, hollow. Initial scans showed no electronics, just an odd pattern of grooves across the surface, concentric, irregular, and weathered. When cleaned, the pattern was found to repeat, almost like a fractal lens array. Some believe it was once part of a focusing mechanism, perhaps even a sensor, but no one can say for certain. It now sits in a university lab, quietly catalogued as Object EPR 2020A. And still, the eyes blink, a few seconds at a time, a few frames per expedition, always where the seafloor splits, always where vents churn, never close, never clear, but always watching. We still don't know what they are. We don't know if they are many or just one, appearing across time. We don't know if they are creature or construct or quirk of the sea, but we do know this: they have never come closer. They never follow. They only watch. And in some ways, that may be worse, because the longer they remain, the more it feels like they are not curious, not lost, not hungry, but waiting. For what? We don't know. But the sonar remembers. And when the readings come again, when the twin echoes return, they always appear in the same way. Perfect, paired, patient. The abyss eyes of the East Pacific Rise do not chase ships. They do not breach or bellow or leave scars on whales. They do something stranger. They look back. And that, perhaps, is what disturbs us most. We are used to exploring, not being explored. And yet, in the deep silence of the East Pacific Rise, something is doing exactly that. Quietly, calmly, as if it has all the time in the world. And perhaps it does, because down here, beneath 5,000 meters of shifting sea and tectonic breath, time is slow. Eyes do not need to blink often. They only need to blink once, to let you know they're still there. And when they do, you will not see them. You will only hear the echo, and wonder, again, who was watching whom. Story 15. The Disappearing Whale Pod. From the quiet watches of the East Pacific Rise, those twin glints of sonar that appear, blink, and vanish, we turn now to something even more unsettling. Not eyes this time, but absence. In the northern Pacific, just east of Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula, a pod of whales vanished. Not over time, not slowly. They were simply gone. One day, transmitting their position as always. The next, silent. Their trackers found days later, crushed, coated in a gelatinous substance that could not be identified. This is not a story about eyes watching from the dark. This is a story about something large enough to make giants disappear. Let's explore the mystery of the disappearing whale pod of the Kuril Trench. The Kuril Islands form a ragged arc between Russia's far eastern coast and northern Japan. Born from volcanic violence, these islands rise sharply from the sea, cloaked in fog and battered by wind. Beneath the waves lies the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, a gash in the ocean floor plunging more than 10,500 meters into shadow. It is a place of silence and pressure, of shifting plates and slow geological breath. And in 2016, it became the center of a mystery that has never been solved. That winter, a collaborative marine biology project launched from Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky. Their goal, to study the migratory behavior and vocal patterns of Physeter macrocephalus, the sperm whale. Long misunderstood, sperm whales remain one of the deep's most enigmatic giants, social, intelligent, and capable of diving more than a mile below the surface. Their vocalizations, clicks, coders, and patterned pulses are believed to be among the most complex in the animal kingdom. Over the years, many tagged whale pods had wandered close to the Kuril Trench, but few remained there. The depth, the scarcity of light, the frequent seismic activity. It was believed to be a passageway, not a home. But in early January, a pod of 8 tagged whales, all mature males, began behaving differently. Instead of continuing their migratory route southward, the whales slowed, then stopped. They lingered at the trench's edge. For weeks, the pod stayed in the same general area, sometimes diving for hours at a time, resurfacing in irregular intervals, then diving again. Researchers noted that their patterns resembled foraging behavior, but deeper than usual, much deeper. Some of the recorded dives approached the very limits of sperm whale physiology, 2,800 meters, perhaps even more. But it wasn't just the depth that drew attention. It was the silence. Sperm whales are not quiet animals. Their echolocation clicks can reach up to 230 decibels, louder than a jet engine. And yet, over the final 3 days of the pod's transmissions, their vocalizations changed, from rich, patterned codas to short, erratic bursts. Then, nothing. Not a fading signal, not a gradual loss, just absence. At 3:17 UTC on February 19, 2016, all 8 satellite-linked tags ceased transmission within minutes of each other. At first, researchers assumed malfunction. Harsh underwater conditions can dislodge or damage tracking equipment. But the likelihood of every tag failing at once, that was something else. The team dispatched a research vessel, the Keldysh Explorer, equipped with submersibles and sonar arrays. Their goal was simple: retrieve what they could and understand what happened. 4 days later, they found the first tag. It was floating on the surface, but not as expected. Its casing, built to withstand pressure at depths beyond 3,000 meters, had been crushed. Not shattered, not imploded. Crushed. The shape was warped, deformed in on itself like a can stepped on from above. The second and third tags were found nearby, tangled in a slow spiral of drifting kelp, their antennas severed. The fourth was recovered 11 nautical miles to the north, caught in the gill net of a local fishing trawler. All showed the same signs: crushed housings, cut wiring, and something else. A clear, mucilaginous coating, translucent, sticky, and faintly bioluminescent when exposed to UV light. It did not match known whale secretions. It did not match jellyfish or salp compounds. Chemical analysis found high levels of ammonia and trace proteins. But the origin, unclear. The remaining tags were never found, nor were the whales. It's not uncommon for marine animals to disappear. The sea, after all, is vast. But sperm whales, especially tagged ones, are usually traceable. Their surfacing patterns, their calls, their skeletons. Even in death, they leave echoes. But in this case, nothing. No remains, no songs, no drift. Just 8 adult whales, gone. When the report was published in late 2016, the language was cautious. It referenced possible equipment failure, unusual foraging patterns, and unidentified organic residue. But behind closed doors, marine biologists spoke of something stranger, of behavior that didn't fit, of evidence that didn't add up, of a pattern that wasn't just disappearance, it was erasure. And the deeper they looked, the stranger it became. Archived sonar data from nearby hydroacoustic stations, part of a Russian seismic monitoring grid, revealed something unusual on the night the pod vanished. A low-frequency sound, 8 minutes long, faint but deep, descending in pitch over time, like the drop of a massive tone into silence. It did not match whale calls, nor tectonic movement, and though it resembled a kind of natural slide, the source location was not at the surface. It came from within the trench, a single long exhale. One researcher described it as a sound like weight shifting. Another simply said, it didn't echo, which is in itself peculiar, because in the deep sea, most sounds bounce. They ricochet. They travel for miles through the SOFAR channel, a kind of deep-sea acoustic tunnel. But this sound didn't. It seemed to absorb, as if whatever made it didn't want to be heard again. What could silence a pod of whales? That question remains. But theories have emerged. Some scientists believe the whales may have encountered a deep toxic vent, a natural upwelling of hydrogen sulfide or carbon dioxide, capable of stunning or killing marine life. These vents can erupt without warning, and their plumes, invisible in darkness, can linger like clouds. The mucus found on the tags could have been residue from organic matter broken down by the vent's chemistry. But this doesn't explain the crushing or the symmetry of the tag damage. Others suggest the possibility of sonar shock, a controversial topic in marine science. High-intensity sonar, especially military-grade, has been implicated in the strandings of deep-diving cetaceans. Sudden blasts of sound can disorient whales, cause hemorrhaging, and drive them into panic dives. If an unannounced naval exercise occurred near the Kurils that night, it might explain the disappearance. But again, there were no mass strandings, no carcasses, no surfacing attempts, and no military records, official or leaked, mention activity in the area. Then there is the fringe theory. And in stories like this, the fringe has a way of circling back. It begins with a question. What if something down there was large enough to silence a pod, not in a flash of violence, but methodically, silently, without struggle, without trace? Some point to reports, scattered, often dismissed, of anomalous sonar shadows in the Pacific Northwest. Long, slow-moving shapes, almost stationary, sometimes mistaken for underwater ridges, until they move. Others mention the whiteouts recorded on deep-sea hydrophones, moments when all background noise disappears, as if something has entered the soundscape and everything else retreats. The crushed trackers, the unidentified slime, the silence. It is not evidence, but it is pattern. And for those who study the unexplained, pattern is often the first whisper of something real. Consider the Kuril Trench itself. It is one of the most seismically active subduction zones in the world. A place where the Earth folds in on itself, where the Pacific Plate slides beneath the Okhotsk Plate. Pressure builds here for centuries, then releases in massive earthquakes. The sea floor is fractured, layered, porous. Caverns could exist here, kilometers deep. Hidden thermoclines, volcanic voids, even uncharted seeps that mimic life. What if something waits there? Not intelligent, not even hostile, just vast and slow. Something that moves like geology, but isn't. The sperm whale is, in many ways, a deep-sea ambassador. Its physiology has evolved to resist pressure, to navigate in pitch darkness, to communicate across miles. It is not a fragile creature, and it fears little. But if a sperm whale dove too deep, too far into a trench that wasn't empty, would we ever know? Or would we find what was left? Broken instruments, coated in something not quite understood, and only silence. In the years since the disappearance, other whales have passed near the Kuril Trench, but none have lingered. None have repeated the pattern. Some say that means the event was random. Others say it was a warning. The disappearing whale pod. In 2018, a Japanese acoustic monitoring buoy detected a faint, repeating sound near the southern tip of the trench. It was low, almost below human hearing. and rhythmic, like a slow heartbeat. It pulsed once every 11 seconds, for 2 hours, then stopped. It has not returned, but it has been catalogued, and some believe it to be related. The ocean is full of patterns. Some we understand, some we mimic, and some we don't notice until something is gone. 8 whales, gone in silence. No bones, no blood, no drift. Just the feeling, like something large moved through a place we don't yet understand, and left no wake, just questions. Would we even recognize a predator that lived at the edge of crushing pressure? Would we hear its cry? Would we know its feeding ground? Or would we just find what's missing and try, in vain, to make sense of what isn't there? The disappearing whale pod of the Kuril Trench remains one of the ocean's most haunting modern mysteries. It is not about monsters. It is not about myth. It is about something we rely on, the steady presence of the largest creatures on Earth, suddenly failing to appear, and about the evidence left behind, evidence that feels like a message, or a signature, or a clue we aren't ready to understand. In time, perhaps, we will learn more. Perhaps one day, a new submersible will descend into the trench and find the answer waiting, in silence or in shape. But for now, the deep keeps its secret. And we are left with fragments, a sound that didn't echo, a casing that shouldn't have broken, a slime that glowed and could not be named, and the absence of giants, which, in its own way, speaks loudest of all. Story 16. The sound that turned the sub back. From the silent vanishing of a whale pod to the crushed remnants of their signal tags, the ocean has reminded us, not with violence, but with absence, that something vast and unseen still moves beneath the waves. Something that leaves no footprints, only anomalies. And now, we turn to a different kind of encounter, one not marked by what vanished, but by what was heard. Not all mysteries begin with an object, or a sighting, or a disappearance. Some begin with a sound that didn't echo, a sound that didn't come from above nor below, a sound so massive, so enveloping, that the crew who heard it refused to describe it in public. But there is a record. It was winter, 1999. The Pacific was in one of its quieter moods. Off the coast of Guam, the United States Navy had chartered a manned submersible for a series of test dives intended to calibrate deep ocean acoustic sensors, a program designed to detect enemy submarines at extreme depths. The sub, an experimental model from a joint military contractor project, was built to descend below 20,000 feet, beyond the continental shelf and into the upper throat of the Mariana Trench. Its name was Sea Lance. The dive on January 9th began routinely. Weather conditions were ideal. The sub launched in the early morning hours with 3 men aboard: Commander Alex Rourke, sonar specialist Dr. Emil Calder, and systems engineer Paul March. All had extensive deep-sea experience. 2 had participated in recovery dives for lost submarines. Communications were logged every 30 minutes. Descent was smooth. Visibility at depth was poor, but not unusual. And then, at 13:46 local time, communications ceased. Naval records indicate that the tracking vessel on the surface made repeated hails with no reply. But 27 minutes later, with no warning, the submersible abruptly returned to the surface. Its ballast tanks had been jettisoned. Recovery teams found the 3-man crew physically unharmed. No mechanical failures were recorded, But what disturbed those waiting topside was not the sudden surfacing. It was the men themselves. Commander Rourke refused debriefing. Dr. Calder requested medical leave, then never returned to the program. Paul March, the youngest of the three, was the only one to submit a written log. His notes were sparse, disjointed, but one line stood out. "We heard something. It didn't echo. It surrounded us." He underlined the word surrounded. Since then, the incident has never been officially acknowledged by the Navy. The dive logs from Sea Lance's final mission are marked classified, but unofficially, whispers have circulated in deep-sea circles, stories of what really happened during those missing 27 minutes. The Sea Lance mission is unusual for many reasons, but what makes it different from other deep-sea mysteries isn't just the secrecy, it's the specificity, the clarity of a single phenomenon, a sound. To understand what that means, we must first understand the nature of sound in the deep. At extreme depths, sound behaves differently. The deep ocean is a layered medium with temperature, salinity, and pressure, each influencing how sound travels. Below 1,000 meters, you enter what's known as the SOFAR channel, the sound fixing and ranging layer. Here, sound waves can travel for hundreds, even thousands of miles with little loss of energy. It's nature's perfect amplifier. This is why the Navy has long relied on deep-sea acoustics for submarine detection, and why whales, especially the largest, like blue whales and fin whales, can communicate across ocean basins. It is also why certain sounds, when they do occur, are unlike anything we hear on land. We know of the famous ones, the bloop, recorded in 1997, the upsweep, the slow down. Each is a mystery. Each has been studied. The bloop, once thought to be biological, is now tentatively linked to icequake activity. The upsweep remains unresolved. But what the Sea Lance crew heard was none of these. According to notes recovered from March's personal log, the sound began with what he described as a low-pressure compression, a feeling more than a sound. The walls of the sub vibrated, the lights flickered, instruments registered no seismic activity. Then came the tone. March described it as a harmonic wave that did not resonate through the sub, but around it. A presence of sound that had no origin point, no directional vector. It filled the water. It filled the cabin. It felt, in his words, like being inside a throat. He wrote, "It wasn't loud, but it was vast, like listening to the sky turn. The experience lasted for 90 seconds. Then, silence. And then, a sudden rise in pressure. The Sea Lance began to ascend. None of the men initiated the emergency protocol. Ballast release was automatic. And yet, none of the fail-safes recorded a fault. It was as if the system triggered itself. Naval engineers who reviewed the post-dive data found no evidence of electrical malfunction, no code errors, no hull compromise. In fact, all systems functioned within standard parameters, which leaves a single question. What caused the ascent? Was it panic, a collective, subconscious reaction, or something else entirely? A few years after the incident, Paul March quietly left the defense industry. He moved to the Pacific Northwest, changed careers, and never spoke publicly about the dive again. But in 2006, a document surfaced on an anonymous marine biology forum. It was posted under a throwaway username and quickly taken down, but not before it was archived. It was a page from what appears to be March's personal notebook. At the top, the words, "You're not supposed to hear it." Beneath that, a sketch, crude but unmistakable, a waveform, a single pulse with multiple overtones, annotated with a frequency range beginning at 17 Hz and ending at 35 Hz. That range, below the human hearing threshold, is known as infrasound. Infrasound is not new to science. It's used in monitoring nuclear tests. It can travel through mountains. Elephants and whales use it to communicate across vast distances. But when humans are exposed to it, strange things happen. Extended exposure to infrasound can cause dizziness, disorientation, and nausea. In some cases, it induces anxiety or even hallucinations. It's theorized that some reports of haunted houses may actually be linked to infrasound from nearby machinery or ventilation systems. So if the Sea Lance crew encountered a powerful infrasound pulse at depth, the effects would have been intense. But what could produce such a sound? Geologically, there are a few possibilities. Subduction zones, like the Mariana Trench, are known to produce deep rumbles from tectonic activity. These are called tectonic tremor events. Unlike earthquakes, they release energy slowly and can last for minutes or hours. But no seismic activity was recorded at the time of the Sea Lance incident, not locally, not globally. Some have proposed that the sound may have originated from a deep hydrothermal vent collapse, a structural failure in the seafloor that could produce a sudden release of gas and heat. This might account for the initial compression wave, but it wouldn't explain the tonal quality, or the harmonic overtones, or the sense of directionless resonance. Others point to biological sources. Certain large whales produce infrasound. The blue whale, for example, can emit pulses as low as 10 Hz. These sounds are used for long-distance communication and possibly navigation. But here again, something doesn't fit. Whale song echoes. It carries through the water in waves, bouncing off surfaces, detectable on sonar as patterns. It doesn't surround. March's notes specifically emphasized the absence of echo, a sound that didn't reflect, as if it had no edge. This is what makes the Sea Lance case so unusual. Most underwater sounds have some form of detectable signature, a pressure front, a directional vector, a tapering decay. But this sound seemed to occupy a space rather than travel through it. Some fringe researchers have described this as a sound field, an area of stable acoustic energy that exists independently of an emitter. A theoretical construct, not widely accepted, but if such a phenomenon did occur, what could sustain it? One possibility, though rarely discussed in official literature, is acoustic lensing. Under specific conditions, layers of water with differing temperatures and salinity can bend sound waves, creating pockets where sound becomes trapped and amplified. Imagine a thermal bubble in the ocean, hundreds of meters wide, acting like a shell, a place where sound doesn't escape but reverberates endlessly within. Could Sea Lance have entered such a bubble? And if so, what was generating the tone inside it? Theories diverge. Some suggest that a previously unknown marine species, one of massive scale, could be responsible. A creature whose biology utilizes infrasound not for communication, but for territory marking, or as a navigational tool. Others go further. They suggest that the sound may not have been biological or geological, but architectural. That beneath the trench, beneath the known map of the ocean floor, there exists a structure, one not made of rock or coral or basalt, but something else, a hollow form, designed to resonate. This idea is dismissed by mainstream oceanographers, but it persists in certain classified circles, especially after a second incident occurred. Back in 2003, a deep diving drone operated by a private research company in the same region malfunctioned after descending past 19,000 feet. Its final transmission included a brief audio snippet, a hum, low, oscillating. Analysis showed it matched the waveform sketched in March's notebook. The drone was never recovered. Since then, no further missions have been sent to that sector of the trench without heavy acoustic shielding. Some have noted a sharp decline in sonar mapping projects in the area. And as for the Sea Lance, the submersible was decommissioned less than a year after the incident. Parts of it were reportedly dismantled, but its hull was sealed and placed in long-term storage at a naval testing facility in San Diego. No official reason was given. Those who have seen the interior say it's still intact, still dark, still silent, but they say one thing feels different. The metal of the inner walls is smooth, save for one spot, a patch the size of a human hand, lightly warped, as if it had trembled. There are no recordings from inside the Sea Lance, no acoustic logs, only the impressions of those who were there. But the phrase remains, a sound that didn't echo. And the question it leaves behind is not just about what was heard, but who or what was listening back. And if it is still listening now. The ocean is full of giants. Some we've named, others we've only heard, felt, or seen in glimpses too brief to understand. What we've explored today is just a fraction of what waits beneath the waves. Creatures too large to ignore, too strange to classify, and too elusive to catch. They're not legends. They're sonar readings, lost transmissions, crushed vessels. They are real and still unexplained. The deeper we search, the more questions we find, and the more we begin to realize we haven't discovered the giants. We've only disturbed them. If you enjoyed this descent into the unknown, subscribe for more long-form journeys into the strange, the hidden, and the unsolved. Thanks for watching. And as always, until next time, stay safe. Especially out there, where the ocean keeps its biggest secrets.